Wow. Wow, do I need my producer? That just says all that right there. Here I am just sitting here trying to figure out how to use my own frickin' channel, and my producer, my wife, is not here. And I fucked the whole thing up. So I'm just going to go into a cold opener and say, wow, it has been a marathon on BCP. We have had so many people involved having fun, talking crap with us about the Bears, talking about the picks. It's been a great, actually, like it was a 4 or 5 day marathon for BCP because I did another show with Chris Watts. You have to check that out because I wanted to know what he had to say, but he couldn't join the show because the connection was just crap. So, guys, this is going to be a great show tonight. We have got all the usual cast. We're here to talk about the draft, do a recap, UDFA, as much as we can talk about. And let's just get this shit kicked off.
Bears country. Where is it? It's in your man cave. Your home. Your car. Your local bar. Your city. State. It's across the world. It's in your heart. And it's here. The Bears Country Podcast.
Kitty, come back to us. Kitty, come back to us. Didn't we make a plea for this the last show? We were like, bring back Kitty. Bring back Kitty, right?
And you would not let her come out to play.
He cries
You're
there.
begging her, but she won't do it. God, I hope she's watching this right now.
Hey, Triple R, you better not be saying that, man. You might get some strays.
Hey, strays too. You bring them home, you clean them up, you feed them, and they're very grateful.
Then you mix them with
first, PJ or Shorty.
Well, then Triple R, you have to take that, deep fry it, or bread it, deep fry it, and serve it with spaghetti.
Yeah, but then after everybody's eating happy and full, that's when you be like, yo, your Uber pool is here.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Oh man, seriously, bring back Kitty. Bring back Kitty. Like she runs the opener and everything's so well. The production, I missed her doing it. Come on, guys, let's hear it in chat. Bring back Kitty. Bring back Kitty. I'm a derelict trying to do this, man.
Yeah, you are.
I miss you, Kitty.
Fucking Foster.
Never met you, but I miss you.
You guys, man, thank you all for joining us tonight. Cliff with your meatloaf. Great to see you again, my friend. Talking food as always. That is you, my friend. Torian, I got your name down, my friend. It's not Taurine, it's Torian. I got it now.
Tita.
Yes, that was like a 300-yard, drive on the golf course, and I don't know how to golf, and I just nailed it. Torian. Oh.
But did you hear what Triple R said though?
Triple R.
Yeah, did you hear what he said?
No, what'd you say, buddy?
He said T-Dub. So
T-Dub.
why you worried about all that Taurine?
Because
Your enunciation and make sure you pronounce the right syllable. Torian. Tita. Fool.
What is up, guys? Heart Foundation. Thanks for joining us, man. Cliff, we love you, man. Seriously, Doug Van Dorn, thank you. Marcus Malterer. Swifty is in the house. Walter, Besky, all of you guys, much love. Thanks for joining us tonight. We're here to have some fun, talk a little shit. You guys have already got your information from the week on the Bears, UDFAs, and all the, the picks and stuff. But we're here to like have some fun and just kind of talk about that the best that we can. Because we're Bears fans just like you. And that's why you guys need to join the show if you would like to by emailing BearsCountryPodcast@gmail.com and get your ass on the show. Have fun with us. Swifty, you have the link. You know that you can join anytime you want. If you want to come on, you are always welcome. Guys, I mean, seriously, this has been a seriously fun past week, hasn't it? I mean, wow is all I can say. And I want to thank, first off, I want to thank all of you for your support, input, everything that you guys did the marathon with us. It was amazing. J2K with your info on all the players. Superstar of the show, man.
Thank you.
PJ, I mean, everybody, Foster, hopping out, going over to the bar room. It dawned on me that we should have been like all collaborating together with Swifty in the bar room and going back and forth. You guys hopping out over on the bar room. I hop out on the bar room. Swifty can't hop out, but he can have us come on maybe for a second or two just to even talk about that pick. Oh my God, what the fuck? Or, oh my God, amazing. And then just come back and forth.
The Bears version
I
of
think
bar
that's something that we should work on for the future, is where we all kind of work together and just go in and out of each other's shows. And that would be epic, I think.
Would that be the podcast version of bar hopping?
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect.
It would be the bar crawl.
Right?
Pod hoppers.
Pod hoppers.
Okay, I like that one. That was good. That was good. Pod hoppers.
The Bears pod crawl.
Somebody just whispered, "Fucking Foster."
Uncle
You
fucking
did
motherfucking.
that. I just heard it. I don't know.
How about we spell it like this? Fucking pod hoppers. There you go.
FPH.
There.
I'm
Fucking
FPH.
pod
Are you an
hoppers.
FPH with the PCP? Fucking pod hopper and FPH.
Sorry, I need. This is why we have to have Kitty back to run this the chat, man. You guys are awesome. Thanks for joining us tonight.
PJ, straighten him out. Tell him to quit crying. You've been doing it for a month now with these guys. Oh, quit. Oh no, wait. I'm sorry. That was no man. to you. Quit crying, PJ, about Monty.
Man.
Wow. Never mind.
That's all
But
right.
Monty got replaced already.
Oh yeah, he did. An upgrade? Is Roshan an upgrade?
Younger, stronger, faster, cheaper.
You sound like the $6 million man.
The Oscar Goldman, baby.
Right.
Well said.
We can
We
rebuild.
can rebuild our offensive.
We can
line.
make 'em better.
Faster.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
I like the last part. Cheaper.
Yeah.
Younger,
Yeah.
stronger, faster, cheaper. Just how you said it. Perfect.
Tino is acting really Italian too, and he's not. Cheap day goes. I'm one of them.
Hey, I was raised Italian. I'm just not Italian. I guess that's what makes me unique.
I eat
We're all
some,
just.
I
we're
eat
all
some
just
Italian
people.
food.
Have a nice gabagool.
Damn.
Oh,
Fucking Samo and his
Samo.
AOL internet.
Yeah, baby.
dude, Samo is part Irish. It's guaranteed after the last 3 fuck offs.
Man.
You got to be Irish, Samo.
What's up?
Make sure he's
Straight
getting a
off the
problem
line.
over there. I got a buddy who's a
Having
great
some,
blues singer, and his name is Gerald McClendon.
Activity issue.
I couldn't hear Sam.
He's fucking off and fucking off and fucking off. He's like, it's like Irish fuck off after Irish fuck off after Irish fuck off.
Yeah, that's why he's got to be. He's got to be some Irish. I got my buddy's name is Gerald McClendon. He's a great blues singer. Sings all over the Midwest. Black dude. I worked with him for 30 years. If you talk to him on the phone, he just I don't even know how to put. I don't even know what I'm saying, but it's the whole thing. He's actually Black Irish. I laugh at him. We laugh all the time about that because he's a Black Irish dude, man. How many times does that happen? I don't know.
Sammy Davis
Irish.
Jr.
We're a little messed in that.
No, he was Jewish. That was different.
What?
That's a different ish.
No, it's not Jewish. Irish.
No, Sammy Davis Jr. was Jewish.
How do we get on this?
You started with the Black Irish, man. That's all I'm saying. You started with that Black Irish, you know.
Yeah, but
I was about to say,
Irish, he
man,
was Jewish. Like
is
you
there a
said.
Black Russian too? I mean,
Man, dude.
There he goes. There he goes again. He definitely is Irish.
What time we starting?
We just started, man. We've been going on for 10 minutes, 11 minutes.
Oh, damn, we live? Oh,
yeah,
shit.
we're definitely live, man.
Everybody's probably going, what the hell are these guys doing?
yeah,
You seen the opener?
People in the chat saying, so that's how they really talk in the background too.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
And
One
then-
day,
PJ,
there'll be a members
our
only
actions
page.
just aren't for show. It's real. It's
For
really
real.
real.
Okay, now before we get into this year's 2023 Chicago Bears draft and the undrafted free agents, I'm going to say this off the top. No, we do not need to sign Frank Clark, Ngakoue, Leonard Floyd, or any other old-ass veteran defensive end edge. Let the kids play. Okay, we can start whenever. That's all I want to say. Let the kids play. Let the kids play.
This has
So you
been
think-
a Public Service Association information video from Triple R. His thoughts are his thoughts only, and his opinions expressed. Disclaimer.
Use may vary.
PJ's dying.
I'm just trying to figure out what drugs you guys are what. That's all I'm trying to figure out.
I don't need any. I got enough problems
he's-
already, Pete.
He's pontificating the drugs tonight. He's like, wait, okay, is that
The only thing I'm on is
What is-
nicotine and Dr. Pepper.
Well, here's the thing. We last year was a teardown year. You know, got the cap right and all this stuff. This year, you laying the foundation. We don't need to spend a lot of money on, some old guy who's going to bring, 7 sacks. All right. We're not fighting for the playoffs this year. Surprise, surprise.
Why
we're
not?
building up. And the next year, now it's like, now you're talking about playoffs. But people are in such a hurry to get to the promised land. And I feel that, I want to win too. But it's like, you don't need to just bring in some guy. Look at some of these young defensive end edges that we'll cover tonight. They're not proven on this level, obviously, but none of these draft picks are.
Mhm.
So it's all projection. And there's one common theme that we're going to see from these draft picks. It's the intelligence, and it's the drive and the will to want to be great. And we see the number of edges and defensive ends and cornerbacks brought in. So, hey, Jalen Johnson, Darnell Mooney and Vildor and Stroman. Hey, strap it up.
Well, I would disagree with you on one part though, man.
What up?
I think that because we are so narrow at defensive end, we do need help there, because in the little glimpses that we've seen of Robinson, I don't think just by giving him more reps, you're going to get much of a better product. I think you still need some type of rotation going there. I think with Gibson, you need to actually bring a Batman for he can be the Robin, because I don't think he's a lead dog at all. I just don't think he can handle that pressure. He played better when he had Quinn and Mack. He's coming as that third guy. So I think we do need at least one, maybe two veteran defensive ends personally. And DeMarcus Walker may be one of those veterans I'm talking about. He may be, but that's where I stand.
I agree with you, PJ. And I just wanted to say, why not us? Why not us being in the playoffs? I think Fields is good for 21 points a game on average, maybe even 30. The guy's going to blow up next year.
I believe
So-
that.
I'm all for bringing in Leonard Floyd.
Yes.
What
I'm
about
done with
Clowney
that.
or
Leonard
Yannick,
Floyd
like
brings us to the
Cliff's
Super
saying?
Bowl.
Wait,
Why not? We get to the playoff. If Fields is on fire, let's
would that
go.
be ironic, huh? We draft
Anything can happen.
Floyd.
I mean, yeah, I'm not.
we
I'm
bring
not
him
saying
back.
it's not going to happen, but realistically, if we want to build a competitive team, the process. This is a step in the process. That we can catch lightning in a bottle and be like, yeah, fucking A, playoffs. Get in and whatever happens, happens. But
Right.
back here on Earth, where we're trying to progress this step by step, so we have a good foundation with no leaks, no skipping steps. So when we're to the stage where, yes, now a veteran defensive end or whatever position necessary is going to come in and get us over the top. Right now, we've addressed every position group except for really defensive end and center and guard, kind of, to an extent.
Right.
So it's coming, but it's a process. Let the process take shape. Don't try and get ahead of ourselves here.
The process could involve Jatiri Carter at guard and Dieter Iselin at center, like we've talked about.
It
So
could.
who knows? They know what's in house. They're the ones evaluating and drafting and signing. So it PGT, right?
Cole got this.
GTS.
Well, look at Floyd's
got this
stats
shit,
from,
brother.
Shit.
Look at Floyd's stats from the last 3 years: 9 sacks, 9.5, 10.5. I mean, that's not some 7 sack a year guy, roster bubble, like old vet. I mean, I think he's 30 years old, but he still can play.
Right. I agree.
Yeah, I'm not doubting that they can, but my intention is to go with the youth movement or the younger guys or identify, whatever picks or undrafted free agents or waiver wire pickups or free agent signings that are on the younger end that can develop with the team. So you bring in a Floyd or some 30-year-old guy, okay, he'll get you 7-8 sacks next year. All right, so the year after that, it's like, all right, we just still got to bring in somebody new. So
Well,
I don't
I
see
think
the
he will
as
anyway.
far as longevity. It's like it's a stopgap, but it's not going to take us anyplace.
But I disagree again because I think you can sign Floyd to a 3-year contract and make him 33 by the time he's done, and him being an edge, or at that time he can actually be a Sam linebacker, in my opinion. So you have him again. You have that. I'm a firm believer.
Hold on. Did PJ just say at 33 years old we flipped Floyd to a Sam linebacker? Did I just hear that right?
Yeah, he has played Sam. I mean, he has played linebacker before.
We just signed Sewell for that, right?
We drafted Sewell, right?
Well, you know what I mean. But yeah, but you're adorable. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm saying, I mean, the point I'm making is we can make room for him. He has championship pedigree that he can actually help out the younger guys. Is the point I'm making.
Sure.
Oh my goodness.
Let him fit in where he can fit in.
Right. Just not here.
PJ, you are adorable.
I'm just y'all already know I like Bears drafted players. So if I can bring back Floyd, be a defensive end, Sam linebacker, I'm with it. I don't care.
Well, hold on. How you like Rojo instead of Overmonte?
I'm waiting to see what he does.
Get there when we get there. We'll get to Rojo.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what he can do.
All right, go ahead. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Shorty. Let's kick the party off. Let's get.
Well, okay, so let's pontificate that, right? So what happens? Let's just say you put Leonard Floyd at Sam, okay, PJ. But you're hold on. We're pontificating. So you're doing that with the intention of trying to change the position of the Sam linebacker.
Oh,
Maybe you can make the Sam linebacker a little more productive. with somebody who's more athletic like that. Just pontificating in
Because
your
what I'm-
favor, PJ.
What I'm thinking about is this. If they got like a 12 front, they got a 12 front where they got the two tight ends in there, right? So we got our 4 down linemen. We got Leonard at the Sam linebacker. If by chance we wants to rush 5, we're rushing Leonard as that Sam linebacker is the point I'm making. I ain't saying every play. That's why I said if
It can make sense on rundowns,
that's I mean
goal line.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you want to do that, I ain't saying like make him a full-time Sam. That's why I said Sam / defensive end, depending on how you want to rush. Man, I think he could do that because
Hybrid, right?
Those 2 defensive tackles bringing pressure up the middle. Now we got him coming off the edge with Gibson, Robinson, Walker, whoever.
Yeah, I understand the deployment, but instead of him, I would much rather give that opportunity to, let's say, the Micah Baskerville from LSU, or any one of these undrafted or other guys, because we don't know what these guys have. We are building a team that we need to grow.
Oh yeah,
Floyd, we know what he is. We know what he is.
but I don't
Let him
believe
off
those
the-
guys you're talking about, the undrafted free agents, is going to give you 3 sacks, let
How you
alone
know?
9.
How you know?
Because
Coaches will find out in training camp.
right, we will find out. Yeah, true. We'll find out in training
The
camp.
other thing you guys might be missing here is that, do you think Floyd wants to come back here? I don't think so.
At his age, he's looking for a ring, isn't he?
Fuck yeah,
Another
he
ring.
is. He's not going to come back here.
I think with the new regime, a new GM, Poles makes that call, and I think players really like Poles. I think he's a big selling point to free agents.
Yes.
And then I just wanted to get back to another thing is, we're talking about a youth movement here, and you want to play the young guys, to get them to grow, and I totally understand that, Triple R. But DeMarcus Walker, he's only 2 years younger than Floyd is, and his best season, he had 7 sacks.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Yeah, Walker's still
why-
one of those ascending guys. That's another thing that we're going to notice is that none of the guys that Foles has signed or drafted have reached their quote unquote potential. Whereas Floyd, his ceiling is he's banging his head on that ceiling
How do we know that Walker hasn't reached his ceiling?
because
Yeah,
he has
28 to 30?
Because what?
He was not the starter. He was behind. I can't remember the guy down there on the Titans, but he wasn't the head dog. He wasn't the lead dog. Now he gets to be that dog.
Some dogs can never be the lead dog because they can never see from around the lead dog. I'll try to be nice and put it that way.
I would say that's a kind of a Jalen Carter type player.
Well,
That's why I think
don't
he,
think
in
Walker's
his
a
final
coward.
year in Georgia, he didn't without being pushed by Jordan Davis and players like that he became content, for lack of better words, fucking Foster. But in this case, I don't think that would be the case because this guy seems driven, and if he has the drive, it doesn't seem like he's. Some people want that contract and then they just give it. You always find that players play the best in their final year of their contract, right? Because they want that big money contract the next year. But from then on is what proves the real player. Do they succeed from there because they're driven by football or they got their money? And I think that Walker is one of those guys that is not driven by money. He's driven by now he has his chance. I'm very excited to see what he can bring to this team with that. So I wouldn't count him out.
I'm not counting him out. I'm just saying it's not a for sure thing, though. That's the only point I'm making. It's not a for sure thing.
Of course, nothing is. Yeah, it's especially with our beloved.
I mean, that's what I said. Given what he's shown so far, okay, you can be optimistic about it, but I'm not overly optimistic. And as J2K said, we talking about a guy who has had 10 and a half sacks before, compared to a guy who has only had 7 sacks before.
Mm-hmm.
Which
And
one?
that's 10 and a half 9.5, 9. That, it's not a 1-year wonder.
Consistent.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, consistent 10-sack guy.
Yeah.
And I wanted to point out something Leo Factor was talking about in the chat, is that Trevis Gibson, he was very close on a lot of plays. If you watched the all 22,
Right.
the guy was hustling, the guy was playing hard.
Right.
The difference from this defense and the defense he came into the league with is that he's on this containment edge rushing path now.
Right.
And it's different. And he had no support from the interior. So he got hung out to dry a lot.
Right.
And
I
talk
agree.
about a guy who's on a contract year. I could see Trevis Gibson with a better interior push getting back up to that 7-8 sack number.
Well said. Yep.
And I don't
Yeah,
I think what's his name who we were talking about that was on the Bears. I mean, I'm not
Floyd.
a fan of bringing him back, but if Poles thinks it's the thing to do, who's the guy we were talking about, the linebacker?
Floyd.
Floyd sure got a lot of help from that line in LA, I think. A lot more than Gibson did or anybody else that played defensive end last year for the Bears. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Much better
Yeah.
push. So
Yeah.
just look at what we brought in, the little bit of beef that we did bring in. How much better is this line today than it was on the last game of the past season?
Indeed.
Right.
I mean, to me, it's 50% better than it was minimum. That's just the line we haven't even got. Now the linebacking core is 100% better.
Yep.
And the back of that defense is another 20 or 30% better than last year. These aren't
Which
exact
was the
numbers,
best
guys,
on the
you know what I'm
team.
saying?
Yeah.
It's not science.
Mhm.
I'm just looking at what I see. So, but we're in so much better shape, and people are still bitching. Poles doesn't do this. I don't believe in Fields. Okay, be quiet because we're going to show you. They're going to show us.
Mhm.
I agree.
And then,
we,
the other thing I wanted to say was I wanted to thank Swifty for being in the chat to answer our guest questions because we're not doing a good job of it, guys.
What's up, Sam?
Here, look at the question. Swifty, what edge players did they bring in, man? Since nobody on the show is going to answer.
We'll get there.
What's
I got a
up,
whole
fellas?
list of them too, you know?
Wait, we can't see you, Samo.
I don't know what's going on. I'm on my phone right now. I'm still having
Samo is
connectivity
Black
issues.
Irish. I swear to
don't know
God.
what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
Look, I can see him.
But
We should just
Aye.
put Irish right here. If
Having-
I could just put like a
cabbage and corned beef right now. Mike. Hey, nah. I'm with the. I'm kind of with
You're
Triple
in the
R on
dark,
this.
Samo.
But I think, in thinking about it, I don't want to bring a veteran in who's going to take reps away from the young guys. I absolutely don't want to do that. We need to see what we got in these young guys to see if they can become some type of superstars or just, consistent producers in the defense.
Mm-hmm.
However, a player like Leonard Floyd or another veteran can provide a lot of leadership, especially Floyd for Dominique Robinson. I'm thinking just because they have the similar body types, he can learn a lot from Leonard Floyd, who had some struggles himself early on in his career. So I think that would be very beneficial to them. And like J2K said, why not us? Let's not forget, guys, we're playing a last place schedule. That's the reason every year there's a team that goes from worst to first is because a team plays you worse than you're playing the first place schedule. A last place schedule. So that's us this year. I think we've gotten better on offense. I think our back seven is going to be the rising tide that raises the ships on the defensive line. And
All right now.
that's what we need to look forward to.
Sam was sounding like a preacher now. All right.
Yeah, I think we can. I think this is. I think we've done enough, just enough. I think, and the other thing is that, we also have the number one waiver wire spot as well until the beginning of the year starts. So there are going to be some younger guys who didn't succeed, who are probably in the wrong system that Poles are going to be able to poach that are going to be waived. I know veteran players are released, not waived, but there are going to be some young talent there that gets released that we're going to be able to snatch up too. So I'm confident in where we are. PJ, I know you want your boy Young. I want him too, but I just don't see it happening this year. I guarantee we'll have Chase Young next year. Why give up that draft pick for him this year if we can just get him next year, sign him next year? That's the one thing I feel about that.
And that's a new segment that's called Sam Rush's Comments from the Dark.
From the dark.
who let my sister in here? I thought we blocked her, dude.
Only one Foster on the show.
Foster family in the house.
Now, Triple R, would you be
interested here to ruin you tonight, Foster?
What?
Your sister's here to ruin you tonight.
Absolutely. Sorry, J2K. One last thing, because I don't want to ever post this again where it starts off. PJ makes sense. I'm only joking, dude.
What you mean you don't want to post something like that again?
Because I don't want people to think that all the time, man. There you go again, fucking making us look like assholes because you're the nice guy. Oh, PJ makes sense. He's so nice. These other guys are eating paint chips.
He's adorable. He's fucking adorable.
The other guy looks like Papa Smurf. I mean, you really, what's going on?
Hey, Triple R, would you be interested in signing Chase Young next year? Even though that might mean that a young player wouldn't be able to develop as much?
Well, see, there's one thing different about Chase Young. He's young and an ascending talent. Whereas like Floyd and Ngakoue and Clark, we already know what they are. And they have been consistent. Will that continue in their age as they, will get up there? We don't know. But whereas Chase Young, he's 22, 23 years old still. But he would have to show that he can stay healthy because he had the dual injury. And the first one was the ACL or the whatever the hell it was. The players come back from that pretty routinely. But the other injury that was on top of it, the odds of coming back to full strength aren't good. Mm-hmm. So, I would have to see him be healthy, and then I would sign him outright. Yeah, I wouldn't make him the highest paid nothing, but I would sign him outright, yes.
Okay.
I don't think we would have to pay him a lot, though, to come here on the wing. I think it would be a prove-it deal. Maybe we give him the best prove-it deal that he can receive, from any other
he's
team.
Still with Washington this year, though.
Right.
Yeah.
So they have to cut him. Yeah.
But I'm looking at it from a perspective of this, as far as getting.
You guys are still fucking talking about Chase Young. Huh? I mean, really.
Yeah, because I look at it like this.
Dead meatloaf.
If Young balls out this year, Washington's going to either tag him, trade him to somebody else, or whatever. So the hope of we just get him next off season, I'm not putting a lot of stock in that because his price rises if he balls out.
Listen, guys, we talked about this. He had 7.5 sacks in his first year, and that was when his best year. Everyone was all over Chase Young. From then, he's been
his first year 13. Didn't he have 13 sacks his first year?
I pull it up? It was like 7.
No, he had 7 here. He didn't have 7.
Okay.
He had 7.5 sacks in his first season, but it appeared that he was better than that because he was like all over the place, but he was getting sacks too. So they thought he was going to progress from there and have 15 sacks the next year, but he didn't. And he's gotten worse and worse. He had like 1.5 the next year and then injured and then nothing the next year because he was injured. So I think that I'm over this Chase Young thing because I don't think he is worth the risk unless he's cut and you want to sign him. I'm not going to trade anything for him, in my opinion, with that track record. Seriously, I mean, he looked like the next best thing since sliced bread until he wasn't. And then since then, he's been nothing. So, I don't know. That scares me.
I'm kind of with you on that, Shorty. I'm kind of with you on that. Because what it's going to take to get him.
You go, Sam.
No, I was just going to say what it's going to take to get him. Just think about the compensatory draft pick that Washington would receive at least a third rounder if he balls out this year. So to trade for him right this year, they're going to want something better because they know if they just let him walk next year, then they're going to get a compensatory draft pick. So I'm thinking they're going to want at least a second round pick. And I don't think he's worth a second round pick right now when we don't know what he is. You know, I think that when we can just draft a guy next year who can probably be just as good as what he's going to give us. So I just don't think that trading for him right now is the right thing to do.
Sorry, J2K, you can go after this, but Swifty's saying that he tore his ACL, guys. He's healthy now. So, I mean, I don't know if that...
Well, that was just one of the
tendon as well. He had a patellar tendon and an ACL tear, which
Right,
is
he
why
tore
he's
the other
struggling to recover. He turned on like towards the end of last year. He was playing better. He did look like he was better than he's been since the injury originally happened those last 3 games, but he's still not Chase Young. You know, he's not Chase Young we saw at Ohio State. He's not the beast that we all thought he was going to be. So we don't. I wouldn't trade a second round pick for him.
I wouldn't trade a fourth round pick for him.
Fourth, I might. Now fourth, I'll take out that fourth.
You got to take the money, and you got to take the money in the terms and contention. What it's going to cost too, man.
Picks are gold, man.
I've been saying Montez Sweat. Sorry, PJ. Montez Sweat and Carl Lawson on the Jets. Those guys might be available, especially Lawson.
You're not
I'm trying
sorry.
to get Swifty to say something about it because I know he knows something about that, what I'm talking about.
You're not sorry.
I'm not saying that it can't work out, that if we were able to get Chase Young, he could be great on the Bears. It's not, it could certainly work out, but oh man, that the kind of history he's had just doesn't add up to me as something. It kind of like amounts to like a Rick Meyer. Well, he had all his potential in his first season. He threw all these touchdowns, and he looked like a fantastic quarterback. Let's trade a couple of picks for him. Not that they would give away a first-round pick and something else, whatever they did for that trade, but any trade for me, like picks are gold.
I agree with you, Shorty.
Gold.
The point is, though,
I have one question I want. Go ahead, J2.
I was just going to put up, when you make a trade, he's got to pass physical.
Right.
So you make that trade expecting he's going to. If he doesn't, and the trade falls through.
Well,
and then I also wanted to point out with I kind of lost it in the chat, but someone made a good point about just how much money they're investing into that defensive line. And this is the last year of his contract.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
My guess is that he's going to go to free agency next year. They're not going to re-sign him because they basically got Lamar Jackson type of money in that defensive line already.
Exactly.
They got to sign 2 more guys. J2K Montez contract up after this year too.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're going to be in a pickle with money. That's I don't know. You guys tell me. Look at Montez Sweat. Look at Carl Lawson because the Jets are going to have a problem with money too. It's just a matter of when. And like Triple R keeps saying, we're first on that list.
When the Packers are paying Rodgers' contract.
The Jets they're going to have money problems. It was laid out kind of.
Well, I think,
and if we're lucky, Lawson is the odd man out because he's got the big contract coming. And that guy, like I said, with getting a center, the guy will change the whole defensive scheme.
Mm-hmm.
One guy. You threw Carl Lawson on the team today and stopped. And I don't know, J2K, you tell me what you think. You take this mix of guys and you put Lawson on it, and I'm going to say Jalen Harris, that defensive end, because there's just something about that kid, and his dad played for the Bears, and it's like he's got a heart thing going on more than anything else, because it's like they said he kind of is lazy, and if you can get that out of the kid, you might get something out of this kid, man. So
impossible.
I don't know, but sorry, go ahead.
My angle is that I want to see how our defensive ends play, how Robinson progresses, if Gibson has a contract year. My intuition tells me that next year we're going to sign a very good defensive end, and we're going to draft a very good defensive end.
Mine too.
Mm-hmm.
Well said, J2K.
Let me say my last point about Young, and I'm going to leave it alone one last time. If we were to trade a 4th rounder for Young now, let's say he balls out. He balls out, and we can either franchise tag him or just flat out sign him. As opposed to if he balls out in Washington and his asking price is $25 million. Some team may want to pay it. We probably won't pay that. But if we decide, if he was ours and he wanted $25 million, we can just franchise tag him as opposed to not signing him to that contract. That's where I'm at on that. So I'm done.
Well, franchising to what end? Eventually, he's going to want his money.
Okay, if he sits up there and balls out 2 years in a row, I'll pay him his money.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask one question to everybody in the chat? Everybody. Everybody's Ryan Poles. Do you think Ryan Poles is going to take this risk with Chase Young? Straight up. Honestly, do you?
No.
I don't.
I honestly do.
No. I don't. I don't see him. Look what he's done. I just don't see him taking that risk.
I think
unless he sees something and they say, okay, we're going to pay this year of the contract. We're going to make sure his medicals are, it's got to be the perfect deal for Pace to do it, I think.
Well, yeah, if the medicals work out, yeah, I can see him doing that. I mean, but if the medical's not working out, no, he's not going to sign him. I totally agree with that. He's not going to sign him.
You even said it because I was freaking out. I'm going, you said it last week going, I don't think we should take Chase Young right now. I went, what? After 6 weeks of grab him. And I'm passing around, but you did say that last week.
Well, that's the point I'm making. I mean, you got to be sure that his medicals are clear. If his medical's not clear, like the guy from last year, the medicals wasn't clear, so he won't do it. So, yeah, he won't do it if the medicals ain't good.
I just don't see him doing it. I just don't see him taking a chance when he's got 50 other options. They may not be as good. They may not have as much upside, but he's already down the road. They're already scouting everybody for next year's draft. You know that. He stated it.
Right.
It just depends, I think, on how much risk he wants to take, how big of a risk he wants to take. A second rounder, no. A fourth, fifth rounder, or
there you go.
A fourth or 2 fourths or something like that. Maybe that's something that's doable, but a second round pick, that's a big risk to take.
And again,
on the guy.
Yeah, and again, you guys brought it up. I mean, you do it this year, what are you going to get out of him this year? If I do it this year, I want an extension on that contract that is all based on, future production because you don't know what you're going to get at. You never know what's going to happen. And the surgeries that he's had, from what I'm hearing, it's like this usually doesn't happen to a football player. Some of the injuries that he's dealing with. I heard something that they had to take part of going to one leg, take something out of that and put it in his other leg just to rebuild the knee. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I had a tendon tear off the bone on my leg, okay, and it holds the middle of your calf up. And I had a specialist, a guy worked for the White Sox and the Bears, and he said, dude, you're not an athlete. You don't need this tendon. That was February 29th, 2006.
You don't need it, dog.
It hasn't stopped hurting since, is what I'm just saying. So I just don't see him doing it.
I think more than likely, or I'm pretty 100%, we're not going to be getting Chase Young this year. I think we table this talk until next year, free agency, if he's there. And not to change topics too quick, but I am checking out the chat, and they're talking about likelihood of re-signing Komet and re-signing Mooney.
Mm-hmm.
I give you one out of the two.
Me too.
Which one?
Oh, that was obvious. My bad. Komet. Mooney is many times after a summer of working together between Mooney and Justin, they couldn't get on the right page. Mooney makes his catches here and there, but he still has his drops in the wrong routes. He's coming off of an ankle injury and is trying to get paid. Tyler Scott is Mooney, on a rookie contract and faster. We can replace Mooney. I mean, nothing personal. None of it is. Whereas Komet is still ascending. The tight end finally getting the system. Finally, starting to let his nuts hang out there in the field, catching balls. Whereas, Mooney's just another, short, fast receiver. And those are really replaceable.
You don't think him and Fields have chemistry?
From what? What evidence have we seen that they have any sort of chemistry whatsoever? They worked together all last summer, but they couldn't get wide open routes. When it's like, oh shit, you throw him the ball, that's a touchdown. How many touchdowns did Fields and Mooney miss because I thought she was going left. Oh, I thought I was, that bullshit.
But
So what's the great loss?
But didn't Mooney have 1,000 yards Justin Fields rookie year?
And
isn't that a good thing to have 1,000 yards?
All right, so we had 1,000 yard once. Okay, congratulations. Yeah. I mean, we can replace that.
What do you expect him to get 3,000 yards?
We really should get back to the topic because they're all going back now. We got a bunch of people talking about the UDFAs, which is what this show's supposed to be about. But
okay, yeah, but I mean,
Claypool seems more a Poles guy. Brought him in. I can't.
No.
With Mooney, they're both.
All right, hold on, Foster. Let us finish the goddamn topic.
Go.
No on Mooney, yes on commit. Go.
I'm with
Foster,
you. No on Mooney, yes on commit. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I thought we were going around.
No, you're good, Sam. Foster?
Yeah, I keep forgetting Sam's there because he's just like Hart said, he didn't pay his electric bill or something. I'm here, dude. Somebody go because I wanted to make sure everybody got their take in.
Well, you didn't give yours.
Well, I did. I what I was saying was I literally think Mooney's out of the picture, dude. It's just my opinion. Claypool was brought in here with a first round pick, literally. That's Poles' guy. Mooney was drafted before Poles got here. And I don't know if I'm right. I'm throwing it out there because it's just what it is. It's on the table. Everybody knows this, or it's at least somewhat obvious.
I agree with you on that. I think Mooney's gone.
Komet's going to be the one they sign because they've been talking about him longer. Poles has brought up re-signing Komet when they were still at the end of the season, if you remember, or maybe the week after. So that was the first guy he talked about re-signing it. Correct me if I'm wrong from the press conferences, because that's what I remember is Komet was brought up and they mentioned extension.
Right.
Listen, the other thing about Poles is he'll tell you flat out he loves a guy like Mammy, right?
Wait, Dan, let J2K and Samo go because we're talking about this. And we want to try and move on and get to the stuff in the chat because they're all talking UDFA.
I'm muting myself. Go.
No, I'm muting me. Tell me to shut up.
All right, 100% on Komet. Now, the Mooney issue, they were learning a new offense together.
Thank you.
And from what I saw, there was not only that issue, but also the receivers that the supporting cast wasn't there. And you could see Fields waiting for Mooney to make his break to get open, only for the defense just to shift or double Mooney. And then Fields like, oh shit, goes to his second read, line collapses. Now Mooney is going to be the second or third. This offense is going to run through DJ Moore. And Mooney is going to have far more opportunities to get open. And then another thing, too, about the connection between the two is that I did see some routes that they were running versus some zone coverage where Mooney was running into the coverage because that's what the play route was. And then another drive passed and stuff. And then Mooney, they must have talked on the sidelines because they ran the same play, but Mooney cuts that route off a little bit different, almost turns it into an option route, and Fields hits him and he's wide open.
Thank you.
Well said, J2K.
Nice.
Well said.
And Paul did say one thing real quick, Shorty. In training camp, Mooney was balling.
Yes,
he was.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Don't disagree with any of that. Samo, baby.
Well, but then the question then is like, if you do repay Mooney, how much do you pay him?
Somebody said he wants $15 million a year. I think it was Doug.
You know
Doug
what?
Grant.
This is the perfect scenario for Poles because he brought in not only Claypool but also DJ Moore. The yards that Mooney's going to get, the touchdowns, all that stuff is it's going to be diminished. It's going to be a lower opportunity. where before Mooney was the number 1 receiver in our offense. Now he's number 2, or maybe he's number 3, and he's going to get money represented to the stats that he puts up.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Poles might have brought his replacement in. Not sure, but he's very similar.
Did. He did.
Did you guys notice that the replacement that you're talking about, and Scott, the wide receiver Scott, his dad looks like Mike Singletary.
Singletary, yeah.
Yeah. That's very eerily similar.
So that's what Swifty did when he went to take a piss, was pull these pictures. I'm joking.
I'm just
Hey, I
saying.
got another name for you, wide receiver, talking about replacing people. What about Aaron Crookshanks from Rhode Island and Wisconsin? Putting Pettis out of a job because Crookshank can return kicks as well and punts.
I already don't think Pettis is going to make the team anyhow.
We know what
can't see
Pettis is.
Pettis
It's like he's reliable. He's smart. He gets to the right position, but we've seen him drop too many passes. We haven't seen him run away from anybody. He'll make a catch. He'll make a few nice returns, and then it's like,
Yeah, but he was one of Fields' more reliable targets next year. But I just think that, like we've been saying about the other positions, defensive end, we got to see what the young guys got. Pettis is not going to be here for the long term. We know that. So we got some young guys, some young talented motherfuckers like Tyler Scott right now, who I'm going to go on.
Now look at this Crookshank. Look at this return right here. When has Pettis done any of that?
Ooh, that's
He did the same
nasty.
thing when he was in college.
That's not.
Yeah,
he's
if
not
you
that
watch Pettis
explosive
in
player.
college at Washington, that guy was a playmaker, and he did not have the NFL career he kind of should have, given his talent in college. But he was a baller, man.
Yeah,
Dude, this is the kind of guy I was excited, hoping to see that the Bears would get, which would be a playmaker on special teams, like a Jakeem Grant or a Devin Hester, or those are like the only 2 players that I can think that were even similar. Other than Tariq Cohen did well on punt returns and stuff, but this kid, he looks like he could be the part.
Well, here's the thing, though. I think Pettis in college, he had the same type of production. I mean, once you make it to the NFL, because this kid from Rutgers, so he's not playing against great talent for one.
Well, no, Wisconsin.
Who? This kid?
Yeah, Wisconsin.
Oh, it's Wisconsin. Okay.
Well, he was at Rutgers or Rhode Island, then he transferred to Wisconsin.
Okay.
Who
So
compared Chase Young to Rick Mirror?
Me?
Did you?
I did. Swifty blasted me for that. But look at this return, guys.
Rick Mirror
Let's not talk about that.
It's like I would much rather have this young, undrafted rookie free agent than Pettis, and that should tell you a lot about Pettis.
Yeah, I mean, this guy says enough. He's returning kicks and punts like a fucking Pro Bowler in college here. That's why they picked him up as a UDFA, guys. This guy is.
I don't think it's
exciting.
between him and Pettis.
I don't need to. Let's not forget, it still wasn't enough to get him drafted, guys. It's like he still has to uphill
We got a
battle.
few returners.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean,
Stevenson's a returner.
Yeah, I think
it's like
every year at this time, we kind of like overvalue our draft picks, our UDFAs. Granted, you get the Sanborns and the Jalen Jones guys who kind of make the roster. Blackwell, we did sign him off another one, but yeah, he was a UDFA, and I think kind of look at what we did to Bayless last year, how much we hyped him up off of just his highlight videos. As I love Scott, I think he's a great prospect, but to say that some UDFA is going to come in and take Pettis' job.
Well, I mean, you watched Pettis play like we all did. You've seen this guy play. I mean, what more is Pettis left to give that we haven't seen?
Competition.
What we looking at are highlight reels. What we want is consistency. Obviously, he wasn't doing that at a consistent enough level to get him drafted. So, but does he have the talent to do this shit? Yeah. But can we get it out of him every play? That's what coaching is supposed to do. And that's why they're bringing him in. But I don't want to overhype anybody like J2K says,
Right.
especially with the undrafted free agents. There's so many of them. We have a lot of our roster already filled out with guys we drafted or brought in. So I just don't. I like him, and I think he might be a practice squad guy.
Well, don't get it twisted like I'm hyping up a guy. I'm just saying we know what Pettis is, and this guy has a potential higher ceiling than what Pettis is. We know what Pettis is already. He's had more than enough opportunity in the NFL to make his mark, and he's done shit. You know,
He's
give
a really
this
good
guy
punt returner.
the opportunity.
I'm picking him over Pettis with you. I'm honest with you. I'm with you on that. If it's between him and Pettis,
Taking this kid,
it's gonna
are
be
you taking
him.
this kid over Valus Jones?
Over Valus Jones, no.
Are you taking this kid over Valus Jones?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Not over Valus
So here's the
Jones.
thing.
Maybe I will say maybe based on that film. Yeah,
Well,
he's
but
much
there are
better
other
than Velus Jones.
there are other not opportunities, but there are other people with the opportunity to take Valus' job though too.
But the point I'm making is Pettis right now is probably 7th on the depth chart anyway. So for this kid to be better than Pettis ain't really a big deal. But the point I'm also making is Pettis had better production in college than this kid did. Pettis got drafted in the 2nd round, I believe. He got first or second. He got drafted in first or second. This guy didn't even
Second round.
What was it?
Second.
His 2nd round. So this kid didn't even get drafted. So
Okay.
I'm not putting this. And even if he was above Pettis, he's still 7th.
Okay,
So
but I'm saying Pettis can go put this kid on the roster because
Hell
Pettis.
yeah, man.
What is Pettis? What upside do you see in Pettis?
He's a great punt returner.
Oh, okay, keep going.
I would argue not better than this guy though. Most of his clips are of kickoff returns or punt returns.
Clips
You guys remember-
mean nothing. It's what you're doing for me today. And we pretty much know what Pettis is. We don't know what this guy is. You know what he is in college, but you don't know what he is on that NFL field. And there's only one way to find out. But we know that's why Poles is doing all this. Everybody's on notice pretty much except for Fields and DJ and them few guys. Everybody's just been put on notice. Look at
Jalen Johnson. Jalen Johnson's getting his pants right now.
We might even have the replacement for Eddie sitting on this team. I'm not saying we do, but the second quarterback sure could play safety damn good too. Look at his game.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Forgot
right.
who it
You're
was,
right.
but
I first thought Eddie Jackson replacement. I was like, oh no, he's a cornerback.
What is that? The Tulane safety you're talking about?
The cornerback, the second cornerback that we took.
Terrell Smith.
Yeah.
Minnesota.
The cornerback. I'm sorry. I was thinking safety.
they got him playing either one.
What is this
Trips.
guy's measure?
This dude is.
I don't have it in front of me. I got
Which
all
guy?
the UDFA guys
This
in front
guy.
of me.
This guy on the screen. What is his measure?
Oh, Cruikshank?
Yeah.
I can look him up as soon as I'm
He's
done
like
adoring
5'9",
his film
180.
returning kicks.
Hey, do you guys remember?
5'9", 165.
You guys remember Marcus Monk?
165.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, from Arkansas.
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember him? Can we not Marcus Monk everybody?
Let's Marcus Monk everybody.
I'm just saying.
Did we answer Factor's question? Did everybody answer that question for him?
Yeah, we all went around the board.
Okay.
Fucking no, I didn't. Fucking playoffs, man. Yes, 11-6 again, baby. I'm calling it 11-6 at the least. I called it last year. I had less reason to believe. I'm definitely going 11-6. Hold on, let's look at the schedule here. Hold on.
What question are you answering?
Right.
Yeah, Foster, I
Oh,
think
sorry.
you're pretty far behind on the chat.
I just
Foster
wanted to make
bounces
sure.
around.
Here's what
Goes
happened.
back
is
in time and pulls
we
up
have
the chat
5
from
different
15
things and they're up and
minutes
down
ago.
the chat, so I don't see them till I get to them, and I want to make sure we're trying to cover the chat. It's who we're here to help, man.
Yeah, we covered that one next.
I'm working on
This
it, my
guy
friend.
just- Oh, I can't stop looking at him as a kick returner, punt returner. Come on, guys.
He's
Look at this.
There you go,
165
PJ.
pounds.
Look at that, guys. That's our next Devin Hester right there. It's not Scott. I love what you're saying, Swifty, that Scott can do this too. Yes, he can. But look, this kid was meant to do it. That's how I
He's
feel about this kid.
165 pounds.
Fuck it, he's making the team for
We
me.
got 4 or 5 guys that are going to be vying for that role. Just look at who we drafted.
Yeah. Oh, look, here's another one. Oh, just another kick return, guys.
Mooney.
Yeah. I mean, look at this sideline work. My goodness. Pro. Oh, another kickoff, guys. Hold on. Here you go. Here's another one. Just down the sideline. Dude, I like that guy. I'm happy with him. UDFA. That's one of the guys I'm looking for now. I'm a big fan right now.
Hey, before we get to the nugget teaser, what do you think of the cornerback from Minnesota, the Gophers? Yeah, is that Smith?
From the draft pick or a UDFA?
The draft pick.
Oh,
I really like him.
yes.
Long arm, fast. Played. The corners we drafted were a little more man coverage guys, but we're going to play a little more of that than zone. And also the way we play zone is that when someone enters your zone, you basically play man coverage on them
Until you hand them off until the next zone.
until you hand them off. But I really like Terrell Smith. I think you start him at corner, outside corner, and you go from there. If for any reason he fails there, he could be a free safety, but I'm not ready to start replacing Eddie Jackson or talking about replacing him. I think Eddie Jackson's got quite a few years left in him.
Well said.
I agree with that, J2K. I'm looking at the money aspect, and I'm trying to think like polls, man. We don't want to have salary cap problems like all these other teams are looking at. Swifty even mentioned something that, because I was talking about Carl Lawson, he goes, yeah, they won't release him because he's a tenured veteran, but they might have to cut him to save $15 million to stay within their payroll. And that would just, man, if we get that, dude, I'm just saying. I'm gonna beat Carl Lawson like PJ does Chase Young. Damn it.
All right, let me ask you this, J2K, about Smith. Would a pairing of Stevenson, Smith, and Gordon, would that be an upgrade over Jalen Johnson, Gordon, and Vildor?
Not next year. I do think that Stevenson will take Vildor's spot, but I think cornerbacks take time to develop unless they're really the top corners in the draft. But also corners can bust very easy. It's one of the higher bust rates.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's a wait and see. I'm very optimistic about both players. I still like Vildor for a role, but it's obvious now, which is something I want to get into maybe later in the show. But when you start looking at what Poles is looking for in his players in all sorts of positions, Vildor and Johnson aren't what he's looking for. Stevenson and Smith are exactly what he's looking for in corners.
All right. He wants to play physical. He wants the guys to be physical and coming down and hit and supporting the run. And Johnson and Vildor are not that. And Vildor, I've seen enough of Vildor right now. I'm ready to give a young guy a chance now.
They are good at downhill, but they're not long and athletic like he's drafting.
Isn't Johnson long?
Isn't Johnson what?
Isn't Johnson long?
No, I don't think so.
Isn't he like 6'1"?
He's not fluid in his motion like these guys. Like he's like J or
I don't think his arm length is long.
Yeah.
32-inch, less than 32-inch arms.
Less than 32? Okay.
All right. Well, since we're here and kind of talking about it, as far as the cornerback room goes, or the safeties in general, UDFAs, you're familiar with Macon Clark, safety from Tulane? Anybody?
No, I'm not.
No?
The UDFA?
Yes.
Let's pull that up here.
Because from what I can gather, he was an all-purpose Swiss Army knife in their secondary. He lined up inside, outside, in the box, in the zone, and he was a thumper.
All right, let me see if I can find some film on that dude. Nathan Clark.
Macon, Macon.
Macon Clark, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, because we see Poles definitely has a type. And while Shorty's looking that up, something like off the field that I noticed, all these guys have like advanced degrees. And, whatever their chosen course of study. But these are very, very intelligent players and human beings in general.
Dude, Travis Bell. Yeah. I think Travis Bell shows that enough, right? The second to last pick. I mean, that kid is off the charts with his intelligence and his will and his desire. Poles didn't want him to leave the building.
That's an injury waiting to happen right here.
Number 37, I guess.
Leading with his head.
Yeah, 37, Clark.
Yeah. Leading with his head is a bad thing.
Well, okay. Yeah. And a lot of turnovers and interceptions and pass breakups with these guys that Poles took as well.
Mm-hmm. And blitzing skills I've noticed too.
How fast is his 40?
I can look that up in a moment. Let's just see here. Okay. There's another cornerback blitz. That's the one thing I've seen throughout this entire draft is blitzing ability. You saw it from Noah Sewell. You saw it from both cornerbacks that we drafted. That might be a theme that they're working towards. Is if the defensive front is not perfect, they can rely on some of their back because their secondary and their linebacking core is strong now, guys. Right? We can agree on that. So they can.
I think what it shows is that they're downhill players. In college, they were used a lot as blitzers, but I think in the NFL, it just means that they're going to play the run well, even if they're backpedaling in a zone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and shows that they're all explosive too. Explosive players coming down so hard. As far as blitzing a lot, I don't know because it kind of goes against the fundamentals of the cover 2 defense where you're trying to get pressure with your front four and play that coverage, play back in coverage. Put your
Macon Clark is 6'1", 205 pounds.
See, now I got his official listing as 6 feet, 190. He ran a 4.5 40. Can play safety or cornerback. His RAS score was a 6.48. 55 tackles, solo tackles, each of the last 2 seasons. That's why they're talking about a safety position with this guy.
Irrelevant. Doug Van Dorn says irrelevant. I think my favorite UDFA of this class is, I think everyone can kind of agree.
We're doing secondary. Stay in secondary.
Okay, I'll shut the fuck up. Let me take myself out.
Well, no, you still got to work everything. All right. Any more questions, comments about Mr. Tulane?
I don't see how he's better than Jalen Jones.
Jalen Jones, the cornerback?
Yes.
Or Blackwell.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I don't see him better.
UDFAs are great stories and stuff, but it's so rare that they make an impact. And I think you saw from this offseason, even Jack Sanborn went from everybody's consensus starting middle linebacker for next year to third, fourth
4.
linebacker. Jalen Jones and Blackwell, I think we all thought they played pretty well. Then we drafted 2 corners.
Yep.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, with this guy we just looked at, I don't think he's better. I mean, yeah, we've seen the highlights, but I don't think he's better than Jalen Jones or Blackwell, because Blackwell brings you special teams experience as well.
I agree. The only undrafted free agent DB that I really like was the guy Nugget. Can't think of his full name right now. From
we
Jackson
get there in a
State.
minute. We get there.
Why we pausing? Why we holding up? What we holding up for?
We gotta let it build, baby. Anticipation.
This is the build. This is the transition.
Build this shit up, baby.
Right. All right. So, all right. The next one, safety wise, secondary from Oklahoma, the Sooners, Justin Broyles, Broiles, 5'11", 195 pounds.
I bet you Cliff thinks that guy can broil a great fucking steak.
Meatloaf, baby. It's all about the meat.
You can't broil a meatloaf though.
Why
That's
not?
his thing.
Who says you can't broil a meatloaf, fool?
You're damn right you can broil a meatloaf.
God damn, you're right. I could broil a
You
meatloaf.
can
That would be
broil either one.
That
I
would be
bet you can broil some hot dogs too.
Son of a bitch.
And boy.
I'd rather take the R out of that and boil the hot dogs. But yes, I could.
All right. So, any broils? Any thoughts, comments?
London
Seen him
Broyles.
play? What's up?
Justin Broyles,
Yes.
defensive back, Oklahoma.
Correct.
See if I can get some film on them really quick for you guys.
It's only like there's only like 2 of the UDFAs that got those RAS scores over like 8.5, and he's one of them. Matter of fact, I think him and Jalen. Oh no, I'm sorry. Broyles' RAS score is 1.01, incomplete.
What?
But
fuck that guy,
Broyles did have the second highest coverage grade on that team for like 3 years. I just found this out. I didn't know that.
Wow.
5'11", 190. He had the second highest coverage grade and the second most snaps in 2022 on that team. His RAS score is 101, but some scouts are saying that this guy could potentially be a number 3 somewhere. I mean, I don't know almost nothing about the guy, but I'm just reading what they wrote because I didn't have time to go look at film on all these guys.
Wow.
So there's a little bit of info on that guy. I don't know if that helps anybody.
So this is Justin Broyles right here, guys.
You'll see him on the USL, FL, or the XFL next year. Watch.
Was he
maybe,
one chasing down the guy?
Yeah.
That's not good enough, no.
Nice catch there, though, in traffic. But again, highlights,
Yeah.
What is Broyles, number 3?
Watch the game. The entire game. No, he's what is he here? 80. Is that the right guy?
It's a safety.
I might have pulled up the wrong field. Yeah.
Later, Marcus. Thanks for coming out
Wrong
tonight,
film.
buddy. Marcus Malter.
Fucking idiot over here. Look at me.
I thought you were talking about me, man.
I've
Fucking,
never seen a
fucking
safety
shorty.
chasing them. Yeah.
There's no film on him, so I
Okay.
don't think he's gonna. Yeah.
Well, but Oklahoma, how is there no film on Oklahoma? What the hell? Okay.
UDFA, man.
Well, okay, yeah, sure. All right, since I guess we're gonna stick with the secondary and clean it up. All right, Shorty, from Coastal Carolina, DeJordan Strong.
I'm not even gonna bother looking up film on that dude.
We're just typing in a search. What are you, fingers
Hey,
fucking broke?
Trips.
Could be a-
There's your there's your info on UDFAs. Swifty said more than a quarter of the NFL is UDFAs. That's a lot of guys.
That doesn't
No
make sense
shit.
to me. That's a higher hit rate than the 5th or 7th round. 5th or 7th round, you're talking about a 5% to 2% chance at being a starter or getting a second contract. I mean, a quarter of the NFL are undrafted free agents.
I wrote this down because I'm going to look into this. I got to know now.
Now, I mean, maybe if you're counting practice squad.
Inquiring minds. That would probably be it. That's the only way.
Don't bother doing your own. Don't bother wasting your time, guys. Swifty has already done that. That's why he said it.
And I do want to jump in and say, hey,
challenging you. He's telling you
right now. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Shut up.
Don't bash Coastal Carolina. They put out good players. They had a tight end drafted last year. I'm blanking on his name, but and he played really well as a rookie.
They had a pass rusher last year, the year before too. I can't remember his name. Coastal Carolina.
What's his name? Who am I looking up here?
Last name Strong, Strong. First name DeJordan.
DeJordan.
Yeah, I didn't get to this. I didn't get to him.
Coastal Carolina.
I did not get to him, man.
Isaiah Likely, tight end for the Ravens. Drafted 139 last year from Coastal Carolina. Had a really good rookie year.
There you go.
Of course, it was just bombs that did this shit. Just bombs is just a bomb. As soon as I can get through his fucking opener here. All right, here you go.
See, look at that. The whole chat skipped out on us. Now it's all food, man. It's time to saddle up your meatloafs and talk meals.
Time to fucking saddle up your meatloafs?
He's number 2.
That's the food segment. Saddle up your meatloafs.
Ooh.
Thanks, Cliff.
Fucking Cliff. Why don't you get on here and talk about your goddamn meatloaf, Cliff? I'll send you the link right now.
Oh, he's pissed because he's doing pork tomorrow. He don't want to talk about meatloaf. He's mad.
Oh, he's got his... Oh, pork takes a long time.
Smoked pork.
That kid looks small, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
It looks like high school film.
Oh my gosh!
It says Sun Belt Conference though on the field, man.
Goodness.
Crap, I'm as big as him, man.
Well said. Going down the right there. You go.
Junior football league.
Yeah, that's like hard to look at that field, isn't it?
Man.
It's like blinds your eyes.
And I was saying last week how little guys get hurt easily.
Yep. So I mean,
let's see. Hold on.
Hey, this now we got a first.
He's 5'11", 190 pounds.
Say again.
5'11", 190 pounds.
Yeah,
he must have a pocket full of rocks.
Who are you talking about, Trips?
Or he's got a kickstand between his legs.
DeJordan Strong.
Okay.
Where's that height coming from? Where are the stats coming from? Is college?
CoastalCarolina.com.
It's college. Colleges always pump up their players' height and weight, all that kind of stuff.
Hey, so
my guess would be 5'10", 5'9".
Right.
He just looks.
I asked you that, Triple R, because Macon Clark, 5'11", 190. Justin Broyles, 5'11", 190. And now you're telling me this guy's 5'11", 190. What, do they just stamp this shit on there?
Hey, when you got a type, you got a type.
Yeah, that's.
All right, so
UDFA.
Anything left about that guy?
No,
our
nothing
first
left
marriage
about
proposal,
that
guys, on air.
Might want to tell him to.
What else are you going to bore us with here, Triple R? Can we just get on to
all right, Wortham, WORTHAM, Trey, TRE.
Did
Trey.
we answer the marriage proposal?
Wait, these are our picks. These are our UDFAs here, Triple R. Are you looking
Now
at
this
the same
guy
list?
is 6'1", 203 pounds.
Who?
Trey Wortham.
He's one of ours.
Well, why the hell would I be talking about somebody else?
I don't know why, man. Maybe you're high on drugs or something. I don't know, man.
Well, that ain't got nothing to do with that.
I don't know why you would be talking about it. I mean, I don't know.
How do
Shit.
you spell this?
WORTHAM.
Oh God.
First name TRE.
All right. Let's see here. So here's Trey Wortham. Just a little clip here. Let's remove that. We'll come back in a moment.
That was awesome.
Just to not avoid a
That was an awesome
copyright
clip.
claim.
I'm just saying that was an awesome clip. Appreciate
There
it.
you go. That's way too long. There you go. Oh, that's the. Okay. That was a terrible pass. That didn't work.
So I've just been informed by Doug Van Dorn that all college defensive backs are 5'11" and 190. So now thanks, Doug. I needed that because I just was lost.
It's true.
Well,
I guess so.
I bet you Nomad's 5'11", 190.
Yeah, that was 1 week, and the week before he was 5'8", 185, because that's what he told me.
Well,
And
different
then the next
sizes,
week he said 5'11".
But
I
this
heard
is
it all.
This is a wide receiver, so
All these guys
Not a
will
defensive
stick
back.
their nose in there.
You guys,
Mhm.
Retro and Hart are getting married.
they all seem to fit the hits principle. Wait, what?
Ain't
these
nothing
guys
wrong with
do-
that.
You're not looking at the chat. I said we've got another first. And Cliff told
They can
me
take
to stop
turns
by
being
if
the
you're
top
ever
and the
bored.
bottom.
Dang. God,
PJ.
dang.
Is Sam still here, or is it just a black box with nothing in it?
That's another
Sam, he's out of here. Fuck Sam, he's gone.
There's
Irish
another pause.
bastard.
Right? He just dips.
Let's make like a. Hold on, I'll be right back.
All he uses is a black
You make
box.
like a quick clip of like a little thing for Sam.
All right, well, guess this guy, Braylon Trahan from the Raging Cajuns, 6 feet tall, 201 pounds.
Braylon Traham.
Trahan.
What list are you working off of, Trips?
Just UDFA.
I went off the list that we
Sam,
have.
want to know why
That
you took him off there, Shorty?
Well, you're back now. Are you there?
I was always here.
Oh, okay. We can't tell anymore.
So triple. Hey, what do you want me to keep talking over everybody?
No.
Every time I say something,
What
Triple R tell me to shut the fuck up.
What happened to your handsome face, though?
I can't. I don't know what's going on with my camera right now.
Ooh, nice
Jeez,
fit.
you know.
That's okay. That's the Black Irish segment, Samo. You just talk when you're ready, buddy.
Did you have thoughts, Samo, since we passed by a few secondary guys already?
I ain't know any of those guys. Haven't looked much into any of them. Like I said, there was only one guy that I thought. I think that it's a lot trying to look through all those undrafted free agents.
This guy's
I didn't know anybody.
Ooh, this
And
guy's
looking
kind
at
of
these,
violent.
it's-
Let me just
he
say for
is.
the
He's
record,
tough.
This guy
nobody
is
knows
violent.
those guys.
Yeah, he stuffs the run, baby.
He
Nobody
broke
knows
the
those guys.
5'11",
They all were in
190
the
mold.
witness protection program.
PJ.
Okay,
He's in
now
the 5'11", 190 mold.
Right.
Dirk Sullivan says.
now we can get to the gem of the secondary crop.
Which is
Dejaun, Dejaun,
Nugget.
Warren, Warren.
He might need to eat a couple of cheeseburgers, double cheeseburgers at that.
He was supposed
Dejaun
to
Warren.
be a starting cornerback at University of Georgia, but he transferred out and went to Jackson State so he can learn under prime time.
He might need to learn how to gain about 25 pounds.
We'll send them to you, PJ.
Trying to tell you,
Uh-oh.
I get him right. I have him on a pizza diet every day.
This is the nugget.
Uh-oh. Should we do it right now? Oh, Swifty. Here's Swifty's video on Deshaun Warren.
I
There you
saw it.
go.
I was just going to bring it up because I watched this.
Swifty's
number
video
4.
on Deshaun Warren. What?
Yeah.
I mean, only 8-second clips.
He got some. He has some quickness to him.
There's just not a lot either.
Yeah.
He's light, 175 pounds.
Well, he's in that mold. 5'11", 190.
Yeah.
He's 175 pounds.
Yeah, but
75.
we just stamped that, PJ. Remember?
I'm just saying though, he's light.
Well,
He
We
light.
got to get in the weight room.
He light.
what's his name?
No, he needs to eat a cheeseburger and a pizza.
One of my favorite cornerbacks on the Bears was like 150 pounds when he played. You know his name if I can remember it.
We ain't talking 1950 there, Foster.
Here it says 6 feet tall, 175 pounds.
Huh?
6 feet tall, 175 pounds.
I think they said he was actually 5'10", 5'10", 175, I think.
So wait, spell his name again.
DEJAHN WARREN.
All right, let's see it. Let's see if I can get
See, I made a list of the guys that I think are going to stick. Half these guys you're saying
6'1",
buck 85.
6'1" what?
6'1", buck 85.
6'1". He is not no 6'1". Oh my goodness.
That's what it says right here. 6'1", buck 85.
I'm just saying, looking at that film, he's not 6'1".
Well, you
Unless
guys
he-
know how tall
unless he
everybody
wears
else is.
4-inch heels and some pumps.
Hey, now, come on now.
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Gee,
but you
6'1".
don't know how tall anybody else is on the field, though, either.
Doug Van Doren says, you mean Peanut Tillman? He played at under 200 pounds, hence the name Peanut. Yeah.
Well, he got his nickname as a baby.
Right.
That is true. He told
And
me
he
a
is-
story.
That's
He
true.
has a peanut head, by the way.
Yeah.
That's true.
And
That's
Peanut
true.
was jacked by the time when he was at his prime. He was jacked, man. He again put on some good
Yeah.
weight.
Like 6'1", 6'2", something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was nice.
So who are you talking about next year now, Triple R?
So, I mean, with all these cornerbacks coming in, and, so you're looking at Vildor and Strowman and Blackwell and Jalen Jones and Jalen Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
How many of these guys out of the secondary do you think make it?
The best ones.
Very
hey,
few. Yeah. I like the punt returner, man. That dude's gonna stick.
Crookshanks.
Yes.
I don't think so.
I think
I don't know.
I don't know either because we got a lot of punt returners, dude. We do. You know who's really good at punt returning? Stevenson.
Yeah, let him figure it out, man.
That's exactly what. That's
Put 'em all in the
exactly
room
what
and-
the plan is, man.
Make the best ones
Right.
succeed.
Yeah, I think the only reason Jalen Jones and Blackwell and Strowman got time was because our roster was horrible.
Had no choice.
Right.
Right.
I don't see that repeating.
No, the roster's just so vastly improved in my eyes.
Let me
And
say
we're not
something.
done. We're not
Let me-
done. He's got to spend more money. He's got to.
Let me say this to the chat real quick. I'm not saying the guys are not going to make the team just because they are short. It's a combination of short and light. Yeah, there are some exceptions, but for a person to be short, light, and undrafted, I think the road to making the team is going to be very hard. Not impossible, but my bet, if I was a betting man, I would bet against him making a team based on those measurables, is what I'm saying.
I
Yeah,
think Cliff agrees with you, PJ.
I'm sorry.
I said Cliff agrees with you, I think. He goes, I wouldn't be surprised to see none of these guys make the 53.
Yeah.
especially given the fact we have a decent roster. You know what I mean?
Way
We
better
have
than
some
last
decent
year,
guys.
Samo.
Exactly, way better than last year. We got some guys, especially at corner too. We
Right.
had Jones, Jalen Jones, and Blackman. Both of those guys played really well last year. And then we draft 2 corners. I mean, they facing the uphill battle trying to win a spot there.
Exactly.
And
I mean, because then we draft 3.
Yep, we drafted 2. We drafted 2 corners and a safety. So
Okay, we drafted 2. Then we have Gordon. We have Gordon, Johnson, Vildor, Blackwell, Jones, probably Stroman. That's 8 right there. So that's 8 on the roster. Then you're talking about these undrafted guys coming in, because I think we're only going to probably keep 6.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I mean, unless they really show out in camp, which is possible. I'm not going to rule it out. It's possible, but being light, you're going to have a hard uphill climb, in my opinion.
I agree. And,
Well,
and
yeah.
here's the thing. Go ahead, Trip. Sorry.
You're focusing on that one thing. It's like, well, he's too light. Well, what about his game? How does he play? Does he play bigger than he is?
I think
that was one of the
said by him not being drafted.
Exactly. Well, but that's the thing, though. Everybody has the negatives, like the big gorilla dude that we drafted, defensive from Florida.
Dexter.
Yeah. Everybody's like, well, look at his get off. It takes him so long to get off the line. Oh my God, he's so slow off the line. He's so slow off the line. He's so slow off the line. Okay, well, what the fuck else does he do? Does he make his tackles? Yes. Does he put pressure? Yes. Does he have good hand fighting? Yes. Does he have good strength and hold up to double teams? Yes. Does he pressure the pocket? Yes. Is he slow getting off the line? Sure. Is that by design for the defense, or is he just slow getting off the line? I don't know. But it's
I'd like to answer that.
Go ahead.
So I have learned some things. One of the issue with Dexter is actually the way he is in his 3-point stance. And this was pointed out in the video that I was watching. You look at the defensive tackle next to him, and you see the difference in their stance. I think it's a technique issue right off the bat that can be fixed. The other rumor was that coaches were asking him to react, so he was slow off the line. Well, it's true they asked him to react, but nobody coaches a defensive tackle to wait, a half a second or full second and react. It's basically as if, a wide receiver's got sight route adjustments and he takes an extra second off the line because he's waiting to see what the coverage is before he runs his route. And so I think there's some correctable aspects to getting Dexter off the line quicker, but there still is an issue that he just naturally doesn't get off the line quick. Might be correctable, but it still is an issue.
If I may, regarding defensive linemen, I think what Dexter was doing, he was trying to read before he even came out of his stance, and therefore that's what I thought the hesitation came from. Him trying to guess where the play is going before he even gets out of his stance. Is that a good thing to do? No, but from watching what I was seeing, it seemed like I seen his eyes looking before he's coming up out of his stance, before he trying to determine which way to go. But as far as to answer Triple R's question, the difference is, although Dexter had those deficiencies, he still had those other pluses. That's why he got drafted in the second round. These guys have their deficiencies and still didn't get drafted. Now, if they were good enough, they would have got drafted, in my opinion, because I think there's something that's holding them back, because you ain't going to have 32 teams pass on them because they're so outstanding. They had 7 rounds to get drafted. They didn't get drafted. So something's wrong with them as far as being on that elite level. So to me, in order to surpass some guys, you're going to have to really show something. And if you're light, short, it's going to be hard for you to surpass other guys who's already more experienced or better talent. Just my opinion.
Yeah, and PJ, you might be right, but I did read a couple people talking about coaching and how it regards to Dexter, and that this is a big myth that the coaches were asking him to be late off the line to read and react.
Not
Now,
that late.
I don't know. I'm not a defensive line guru. I'm just telling you that what I read, I did trust the source, and it was between two people that I trust.
Okay.
So it's a wait and see for me, but you may be 100% correct.
Well,
but at the same time, coaching didn't correct that issue for him. I mean, coaches that saw the same film that we saw. They saw it more often. They saw it on a weekly basis, and no one worked with him to correct that issue. Is it correctable? I think so, because he had a fucking 11-foot broad jump, so that he has the explosiveness. He's just, and he's sitting like, I see that stance you're talking about too, J2K, but he's almost crouching like a fucking cat. I don't understand that.
Right. I think Samo, they had him playing the one technique, and again, they had him doing that read and react to where you like responsible for two gaps, because that's actually what my grandsons, that's what their coach teaches them, is to like, you know, hold up the offensive lineman and actually then read and react off of that. So I think if you actually tell him, okay, man, because here in the Bears, you're shooting one gap. You're only responsible for one gap. So you fire off that ball. As soon as you see that ball move, you fire and you go to this particular gap, and that's the gap you're responsible for. I think you'd be fine. And I actually think the upside of him is a Chris Jones. I was thinking at first of Forrest Buckner, but now I'm really thinking it's more of a Chris Jones, because he's got that bigger body like a Chris Jones for Kansas City.
And just to throw one more thing out,
explosive.
I did read someone had posted this on Twitter, and this is another kind of a guy who had scouted his film, and take this for what it's worth. But he said when you watch Dexter in high school, he had zero problem getting off the ball quickly. So something happened. I think it's more technique than scheme, but I don't. Yeah. But I agree. I think we all agree it's correctable.
Yeah,
I heard that they were training him to mirror the other defender or the opposing offender, so he was not asked to react that quickly like a Tommy Harris would do.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's obvious, or else they're bad coaches. Either that's what happened, or they're bad coaches, one or the other. And they can't. I think that it's the latter, because when we saw him want to get into the backfield, once he was slow off the ball, but when he wanted to get back there, he got back there rather quickly and rather easily.
Holy
shit! I'm not worried about that. He was able to force his way back. So I'm not worried about him as much as most people are.
We have a special guest in the house coming in to say "fuck you, shorty" to me, Mr. Swifty.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Come on, talk us off the ledger. What's going on here? What do you have to say here, my friend?
I had to talk about Dexter for just a second because J2K made a good point, but it's also there's a little misled there, something that those guys missed. It's not the coaches never told him, hey, get off the line slowly. But his job was not to penetrate. That was not his job. And as a young guy who didn't start playing he played football when he was younger. So I don't there's a mistake people saying he didn't start till he was 17. He played at 5 years old, played as a kid. But then when he got to high school, he switched to basketball. Freshman and sophomore year, he's playing basketball. He went back junior year. So he's still, as far as technique, he's not 100% comfortable. So when the coaches are telling him, your job is not to penetrate. Your job is to see what this guy is doing and then go make a play on the ball, because you have the athleticism that you can read where the play is going, and then you can move that guy and go make a play. So his job wasn't to penetrate. It's not that he can't penetrate. He was the second most athletic offensive lineman in this entire class. or defensive linemen in the entire class. He had an RAS score of 9.5. His athleticism score was 120. Like, he's off the charts. He has the burst. His technique needs work, but you have to also, that's the biggest thing, is he can get off the line. You can see it. Watch his 2021 tape when he played a little bit different. They had him get off the line sometimes, but then in 2022, that's not what the coaches wanted him to do. If the coaches wanted him to burst off the line, he wouldn't have played like that all season. Because you guys know how coaches are. These are college coaches. If he was being lazy and getting off the line slow, someone would have been grabbing him by the shoulder pads when he came off. Watch the tape. When he comes off the line, they're patting him on the helmet and smacking his ass. Yeah. So he's doing what the coaches told him to do. And that's where it's like, hey, you know, you gotta stop with the he can't get off the line stuff. The kid is extremely athletic, and I think he's going to be able to burst off the line. And I just want to make that point. I'm about to go record with Jordan Silvera. I don't want to take up all you guys' time, but I also want to say, fuck you, Shorty.
Fuck you, Swifty.
Thanks, Swifty. Real quick, I asked this in chat to everybody. Swifty, we can coach this up. There's no way Poles would have drafted him if he didn't see what the talent level is, right? I mean,
that's exactly, yeah. I mean, he has all the talent. I mean,
it's a question of how soon. Because here, so say you're doing something all your life, man. I'm trained. I played defensive end for a game, and it was get around that freaking. Get around the tackle under him or any way you can, Foster, and grab that quarterback's ankle. Fight it, spit it, elbow him, whatever. So I'm trying to do this all these years, and then my coach says, dude, you can't do that anymore. You have to stop and wait. So that's just got to be a difficult task to do, even if you do it for one season, and then they tell you, so you've been doing that all year last year? We got you rushing? Now I want you to stop, count to one, and watch the play. I can't imagine having to make that change. And
I think Greg Gabriel talked about it. He said Bilal Nichols did it at Delaware. I didn't watch a ton of Bilal Nichols tape, but he said that's the reason why Bilal fell so far in the draft was he could also get off the line pretty well, but then the coaches told him, this is not what we want you to do. We want you to read and react. And there's different ways. The point that I think J2K, the thing he saw on Twitter, I think it was Jordan and maybe Michael Gus or something. It was two guys talking. Yeah, okay. That's the thing. Yeah, Jordan showed like a veteran NFL player who is playing gap and a half defense and also bursting off the line. But that's the difference. That's when you get in the NFL, that's what they're going to ask you to do. But when he was at Florida, that's not what they asked him to do. So that conversation and that tweet that you're talking about there, to me, it was misrepresentation of Dexter's skill set because they weren't taking the whole thing into account. You got to look at his 2021 tape. And that's something I'm going to talk about with Jordan later because he's the same guy. When you ask Jordan about Will Anderson, he's like, well, go look at the 2021 tape when there's something he didn't do in 2022. But then in that thread, they did not do the same thing with Dexter. So that I just had to disprove that because to me, that's a narrative. This guy can burst off the line and you're going to see it. Like he's extremely athletic. He's big, and the coaches, and if there's anything wrong with his technique, the coaches will fix that.
Hey, before you go, Swifty, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Being the group guru that you are, we got Nugget Warren, cornerback. We got Bears royalty with Sean Harris's kid, a defensive end. We got a local kid with the kicker. We got a local wide receiver, Pitts. Who's your dark horse UDFAs to make the squad?
The dark horse? I'll give you like my top five. I mean, I like Tyreek Pitts, the wide receiver.
Me too.
I like Gabe Hoy. You got to be careful how you say that name. It sounds a little bit something else.
Do you like him as a?
It sounds like it's.
Do you like him as a guard or a tackle?
Guard. His arms aren't long enough, so he's a guard to me. Lorenz Metz, the tackle from Cincinnati, has some talent. He's 6'8" with massive arms. That's one thing that kind of everyone thought that Poles wanted guys underneath 320 pounds on the offensive line because that's what they had him play at last year. We brought in 3 guys over 330 pounds. If you count the international guy we signed this morning, Lorenz Metz and Darnell Wright are all over 330. So it seems like they're changing their profile there and they don't mind a little bit more beef up front. So I like that. And then the kicker you mentioned, Andre Smith's, like he's got a big leg. He was clutch. He hit over 80% in college. Like that's a guy who he might need a year or so, maybe let him bulk up and get used to kicking, but he could take Cairo's job. And then of course Nugget Warren. You guys haven't talked about him yet, but I love me some Nugget.
Yeah, we already talked about it, man. You missed it.
we were.
Oh, did you? Okay, I went away from it. I had to record.
Yep.
No worries, man. Oh, well rolled right there.
Hey, I'm not the only one, man.
Hey, Swifty, I'm not at home right now, which means I'm at my mother's house in Illinois. I can.
Hey, you're at your mama's house? Oh, that's why Kitty's not there. Okay.
Yeah, no, Kitty doesn't do this anymore. She's like, fuck that. It goes too long.
Oh, she's like, I gotta watch The Bachelor.
I was so bored by like an hour into it. Like, if you just make it an hour, I'd be okay with that. But Swifty, I got it going for you if you want to. Wait, hold on. Let's remove PJ from this situation because fuck that guy.
What's wrong with PJ?
Well, no, just fuck PJ.
PJ's my homie. Don't
need to talk about him on the air right now. We can figure that out.
Don't let them talk to you like this, PJ.
Don't fuck with PJ. Nobody fuck with PJ.
Yeah. PJ
is a former police officer. Although I am in Illinois.
PJ wouldn't narc me out.
So this works, right? Because I'm legal in Illinois, right?
Sure.
Okay. Swifty, you want to go?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me
get one.
Bro, that shit like that shit.
Look at all the legal drugs at Triple R.
Doing a vape.
You're doing a vape.
I'm still rolling. I mean, I roll multiple, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna hit this with you at the same time. Ready?
Okay.
I won't do it on air for PJ left. Look,
PJ got mad. I love you, PJ.
Samo, you off quiet over there. J2K, nothing.
I've been dying to do that with you on my own show from day one, Swifty. Appreciate you, man.
I'm all
much love, guys.
Samuel's Irish and he's not used to the light.
I just had to say that one point about Dexter, but I love you guys. I've been watching the show most of the night. My favorite part, though, where was it? Oh no, I forgot. I had a favorite part of the show and I forgot it. It was Foster doing something.
So it's fucking Foster.
Which one? Fucking always. I'm my dumbass.
Uncle fucking motherfucking fucking Foster.
Did you see me get like go off on clip like a month ago with the meatloaf?
Oh yeah. Oh man.
What was that comedy show where speaking of Jeremy Munoz, where it says puff puff give, you can't mess up the rotation.
Yep. Dan always be messing up the rotation.
Yeah.
Astaducci on the left hand side.
PJ, don't let them talk to you like that, man. This is your show, bro. You run this.
They forgot that I got the end with polls. You know what I'm saying? They forgot all about it.
Man. They forgot about that.
PJ, I didn't. I don't forget that.
You got to remind them, bro.
That's all right. I'm coming up to Chicago and start slapping people.
Do it.
That's very
I'm going to pick them up, dude. Make sure we get
Swifty.
Peace, everybody.
Love you, brother.
Thanks, Swifty.
We'll see you next time, my friend.
Damn, look at y'all. Mr. Mayhem, he's ripping the bong. Doug Van Dorn, he just made a hit.
I don't know what Retro's doing trips. Something.
Retro.
I don't think Retro knows how to get high.
Retro's a man. Retro
been talking shit all day.
Swifty and Shorty will help you out, Retro. Just get him in dude. I thought you were coming on the show, Retro. You said you were.
Swallow butt plug. What the hell are y'all talking about?
I got into Illinois. I got into Illinois, right? And 10 minutes from my mother's house, where I'm staying now for the next 3 weeks, is a fucking dispensary. And I'm like, yes. So I'm on the phone talking to my aunt because she's like all excited that I'm coming down. And we're like, I was talking to her for like the last 2 hours of the trip home. And also I'm like, hold on a second. I might have to just cut you off right now because the dispensary is going to be coming up any second. And I stopped there and I got some goods, and I'm saying that this is a legal hit right now that I just took, you motherfuckers. So
did you get your mom some gummies?
Man,
I'm Dan. I'm
Fuck
gonna
you,
drive
man.
out the
Fuck
Crystal
you.
Lake.
Fuck you, Triple R. You are out of here. I mean,
I'm gonna drive out the Crystal Lake and give you a
calling me
legal
out.
hit.
Calling me out on that shit, Triple R. When I came home, she was like, "Did you get me some gummies?"
Man, why does Retro hate me? He wants me dead.
Peace, love, and soul.
Chip, welcome home, son. You got my shit, right?
You know what my answer was to her though was, don't you have some of the stuff I got you, guys? I was sitting here today working, right here as I sit. Let me put this on me. I'm sitting here as I work, right here. I'm working, and she's all of a sudden she's like in the munchie mode, like. I'm like, did you eat some fucking edibles, some gummies today? She's like, no. But all I can hear while I'm working is like crunching of potato chips. I'm like, you look a little bit fucking high right now. And she's acting strange. And I'm like, you definitely. She's like, oh, well, I wouldn't tell you if I. Well, maybe I did.
Only thing I'm saying
let me go. Let me go get some more. She said.
Where else can you get this content at? So I want to know where else.
Wait, you guys. Wait, hold on. Let me put this right back here. You down with BCP?
Yeah, you know me.
You know
you down with BCP?
Yeah, I'm down with BCP.
You know me.
No, don't push it.
So my own
Mom,
mother.
I'm home. You happy to see me? You got my shit?
Right. Did you get me some gummies?
Mom, I'll be right back.
I'm like, I got you gummies last time I was here. Did you eat all of them?
Oh,
yeah, no, I forgot about those. Yeah, of course, yeah.
Oh shit. Oh
so,
my God.
Wait, I sent her the link to come on the show tonight. Hold on a second. Let me just yell to her in the other room. Because she's like laying in bed. I want to know what she has to think about the Bears draft. I know all of you do too.
I know what she felt about it. She was like, just go get the edibles.
Right?
And just a moment, we're gonna have this segment. What does Mammy think?
Get the edibles.
No, she should be in good shape. And we're gonna I want to know what she has to say about this draft. I really do. She's laying in bed watching TV, like, what the fuck are you really? This reminds me of like the Jackass skit where he would like go into his parents' bedroom and
Thanks, Jerome. Good night.
Good night.
As long as she's not au natural or
Jeremy's got to take off, man.
See you later, Jeremy.
Right on.
Jeremy, man, we love you, Jeremy.
Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you
bud.
so much, man. Have a good night. We will see you soon, my friend.
Man, you see what Swifty said, right? Send your mom over to his house.
Uh-oh.
Got plenty of gummies. Wait, I'm sorry, Foster. You got chat tonight.
No, I don't do whatever you need. I don't know.
You know what's going to happen, right?
Thanks, Retro. Why is Retro hate my guts, man?
Sable,
What's up?
What's up? If Dad's and Shorty's with mom go over Swifty's house, he gonna be come back calling Swifty Dad.
Oh, guys, are you ready?
Who's your daddy?
Wow, that is brutal. Those are mean.
Thank God she just
have to
came
call
in
Swifty Daddy.
Did you see my dad's videos?
That'll be his,
Dan, do you call him Pop?
That'll be his ultimate fuck you to the fuck you Swifty that I gave him on the bar room. Oh man, I love it.
Well, he's got an answer for that too, because he said all of us except for you. Where is it? Fuck you, Dan.
Hold on, guys. We have Mammy on right now. Okay, so here is the question: what does Mammy think? Okay, so let's bring Mammy on. Hold on. I fucked that up. Hold on. Here we go. Mammy.
Oh my God, my phone is so small. Am I there?
Yeah, you have like an iPhone 8.
Hey.
So, Mammy, what do you think about this Bears draft?
Oh, the Bears draft?
Yeah.
Earlier, you just said the draft.
Yeah, the Bears draft.
And I got
Draft
all in a
Bears.
tizzy because I thought we don't have a draft right now.
Yeah. It's not the Army draft. It's the Bears draft.
Well, that's why you said earlier just the draft, and I thought we don't have a draft that I'm aware of. And if you can ask me what I think of it, I don't like it. So, but now you're talking about a Bears draft.
Yes. So,
Who
what do you think about the Chicago Bears draft? Hold on. Let me just mute these fuckers
That's
so
what I'm
you can
doing.
speak. All right. Go ahead. What do you think about the Bears draft? Come on. Just A. Give me a grade. A to F. Bears draft. What do you think? A, B, C, D, E, F, or anything in between? I muted you. Fuck. I fucked up. I muted you.
Yeah, my
Okay.
thing says Mike is muted.
Okay, sorry. Say that again.
Who's Mike and why did you mute him?
This is Mammy on gummies, guys. Okay, so Mammy, what do you think of the Bears
Sunshine.
draft? Go. Give me a grade, A to F.
I don't know. I'll give it an A because you say it's the Bears draft. So,
Yes,
but
the
I don't know anything about it.
It's not the actual like Army draft. It's the Bears draft.
Why are they drafting Bears? Don't. Who is that with a loud laugh? That's a good laugh.
Guys, I'm telling you, by week 6, Mammy is going to be the star of the show. I promise you.
It won't be them.
She'll be like, fucking, yeah, that was a great pass by Justin Fields. I promise you. Right now, she's like, what the fuck are we talking about? The Cubs, the Bears, the drafts? I don't hunt deer.
Oh, Lord, you get it honest, Shorty.
Shorty, are you in the basement?
No, I'm in
She said,
the
"Why we
living
drafting
room.
Bears?"
Okay, just give a grade, A to F. A to F, Mammy. Oh, we can't hear you. Damn, that sucks. All right, well, one day we're gonna get this to work. Yeah. So, give us you want an A or a B, or a C or a D? Okay. Oh, damn. Damn, you're out of here, Mammy. That's that.
Whoa,
This was not a
Mom.
C.
He didn't like
It was not a C draft.
They both got the hook.
Oh
Said he both got the hook.
I think she needed to get muted, man. Once you mute us, she didn't unmute herself. That's what it was.
Let's see. Can you hear us now?
She has to unmute us.
Yeah, we can't hear her. That's weird because it's not muted on my end. So,
but I think when you muted us, then when you unmute us, we have to also unmute us too. She didn't unmute herself.
It doesn't say muted though on my end.
Yeah, because now she has to unmute herself.
So unmute yourself, Mammy. You're muted, Mammy.
Well, unmute her.
I can't. There you go.
She's
I can't
unmuted.
hear her though. We still can't hear her. She's unmuted now. Oh well. Just leave the studio and come back in. Leave the studio and come back in. Jeez.
Did you hear Swifty said he's going to come up with a new show? Who's your mammy and who's your daddy?
Who's your daddy? Starring Mammy.
Oh my God.
Who's your daddy?
Oh,
Starring
God.
Mammy.
What I love about this, what I love about this concept is that
Working on a
you see
promo
right
right now for that.
You are
now,
your mama's child. You are your mama's child.
you see right now. She's like, "What the fuck is going on right now?"
It's called gummies, bro.
I
can't
guarantee
breathe.
you by week whatever, she's gonna be like, "Oh, that pass, that run was amazing." Okay, she hopped back out. Now she's back in. Let's see if that worked.
Can you hear me
See,
now?
Swift,
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes.
Oh, okay, now I can hear you guys.
Okay, so
Hello again.
we'd like to know your grade of the Bears. A to F on the draft. Give us a grade, Mammy. Lost her again.
Just love,
My goodness.
peace, and
Just
soul.
can't even hear her. I can hear her from over there because she's in the other room, but just yell it to me. I can't hear you.
Just yelling.
Oh my God. One day this will work. I promise you guys it will.
I
Poor-
want
poor-
to see what these guys are saying, man. PJ
poor
can't
Triple
even
R.
breathe. PJ, you need oxygen?
Let's see if it works again. Can you hear us?
Take it easy, Trip. You just had surgery. You don't want to go back to the hospital, do you?
I can't hear you. That sucks. That's so weird. Oh my God.
See, Swifty, you'll never have content like this, buddy.
Oh my God. I can't breathe.
Why are Bears drafting?
She said, "Who is this?"
Okay. Hold on. She's coming back. Hold on. Let's try it one more time. Okay. Can you hear us, Mammy?
Probably not Swifty. Matthew, Kedro.
Mammy, talk. Go. Fuck. He's trying so hard. Oh man. Everyone, I appreciate you sticking through this, just to including you guys, man. Oh man. One more time. Here we go. She came back in. Let's see what happens. If this does not work, Mammy, you are done.
I can hear you, but in case
Perfect.
I bleep out again,
Peace out, right?
Swifty, a dirty
peace out.
dog.
Mammy, I think as long as I don't try to make you the main screen, that's when it cuts you out. So give us your grade on the draft, A to F. Just give us your grade on the draft, A to F. Fuck, what's going on with it? Is this a StreamYard thing or a YouTube thing?
Well, you keep muting me as well, man.
No, he doesn't.
I'm not muting you, no.
I'm
That was
telling
me.
you,
That was me,
I keep
PJ.
Oh my
is that you
God.
keep muting me? Oh, okay, I got you.
Every time you start ranting, I'm fucking with you.
Okay, is that what it is?
It doesn't
Yes.
matter.
Yeah, bless
My
it,
God.
Papa Smurf.
I've tried. That was the last time. It didn't work. That was funny. I'll go get her grade. I'll go walk in the other room and get her damn grade. Crying out loud.
Papa Smurf.
These are the Shortinos. These are the Shortinos' brains on drugs.
Any questions? Hey.
Swifty in the chat's going, "Who's your daddy?"
You know what? And fuck you guys for that. He needs one on me because I got him on the fuck you Swifty thing, and so he's been working on it.
What are
Any
you doing?
ammo you can give that guy. He'll take it.
God, that's crazy.
Oh, my shit
Oh my
hurts.
God.
Oh, my shit hurts.
This guy with his surgery a week ago.
Oh, Lord.
Hold on. Well,
Oh, Lord.
Walter.
It hurts.
is there still like shit coming out of your nose now? Or
Yeah, there will be. Thank you for that. Oh, Lord.
Made me want too many gummies.
oh my God.
Gummy, she had the pack.
Dudes, I'm back home.
She had a gummy. It was like, I don't feel shit. Give me another one. I don't feel shit. Give me another one.
I thought
I
they
don't
stopped the
feel
draft
shit.
in
Give me
1970.
another one. What's your
That's
draft
exactly
rate?
what she did. I'm sitting here working, guys. I'm sitting here working. I'm like, she's right there in her chair watching TV, and all of a sudden she gets a bag of chips, and I'm like, I'm in silence. I can hear crunching of chips. I'm like, and then she starts getting a little bit odd. I'm like, did you take a fucking like edible today or something? She's like, no.
Man,
I'm like, okay. And then 15 minutes later, I'm like, are you sure you didn't take an edible today? She's like,
oh, Lord.
I wouldn't tell you if I did.
For draft.
What?
You got to make sure
Oh,
she's
man.
stocked up before you leave.
Oh yeah, I will. I
Okay,
always
okay.
do. I always do. So
Okay, hey,
So
PJ.
back to the Bears.
PJ.
Actually, I gotta say something. I don't know how everybody missed this, but Foster, did you just dump a raw egg out of a pan?
Yes, all over my computer.
What?
You guys all missed this? I was like,
What?
nobody saw this?
I had an egg ready for. I was waiting for a brain comment, and I pulled it out to show it and dumped it all over my brand new laptop.
Oh God! Oh, dude!
Definitely giving this
You
laptop
posted
to my
it, man.
daughter.
He
My
dumped
daughter's
an egg with
laptop
his
now.
computer.
The one with the egg on it's hers.
Oh my God,
Oh, Lord.
Guys,
right,
guys,
It
right.
was supposed to be
If you
Shorty's
want-
brains
if-
on
if-
drugs, but it ended up egg on my computer.
Brain shorty.
if you're here for fun,
Ugh.
please come to BCP. Because
Oh.
guys, you down with BCP?
Man.
Fuck you, Dan.
That was better than Triple R's second response. Don't
What the
push
hell?
this shit.
Kay's
Hey,
waiting to get in, man.
Hey, PJ, I got a question for you.
Oh my God.
Would you be interested in a 6'6", 275-pound defensive end who's the son of a former Bear?
Would I?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll see what he got. Yeah.
That would be Jalen Harris, defensive end from the Arizona Wildcats.
What was his production like at Arizona?
And
Bring in
2022 season stats: 22 solo tackles, 3.5 sacks, 1 forced fumble.
6 years
2020.
senior, and his RAS score is 866.
Yeah, I can see what he got. I mean, again,
There's potential.
yeah, that's. I mean, I'm not opposed to bringing nobody in. Don't get me. I mean, good. My thing is what I'm basically saying is whether or not they make it is another thing. I mean, you can bring in,
Right.
but
True.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it, not at all. I mean, he got good measurables, not edibles, but measurables.
Oh, Lord, you had to go back.
Kids waiting to get in, man. Kids waiting to get in.
Oh, they got good edibles too, PJ. Don't be wrong. They got good edibles too now.
Okay, man.
Arizona, oh, no doubt.
Arizona.
Hey, anybody else got thoughts on young Mr. Harris?
I don't know nothing about him. I mean,
He does have potential. There's an upside to this guy, but they're kind of saying I'll say takes plays off, for lack of a better term, and it's about coaching this kid up. And there is potential there, but again, that's why he's a UDFA, because of what you're going to see on film when you look at him. PJ, you mentioned it. He's got all the tools. The numbers are good.
Right.
What can the coaches bring out of this guy? What are we going to get?
Well, what did Poll say? Poll says he has to also measure the flashes. So if the guy flash well enough to where you can give him 2-3 good plays, okay, you can give me 2-3 good plays, you might have a spot, because after those 3 plays, I'm rotating you out anyway, because that's how I'm going to do my defense. So that's what it comes down to.
Fresh bodies running to the quarterback, to the ball carrier, whatever, man. Yeah. That's what we need.
Mr. Keds, I am so sorry that I forgot to pull you in.
What up, kids?
Yeah,
my friend.
Look,
Kedsy.
Got the lighting going on.
Yeah. So I come into the show. The first thing I see is your mom's all stoned and stuff, and Foster spills a raw egg. Like, did that really happen?
Yes, that really happened.
All at the same time.
All at the same time. Only on BCP.
Foster?
Only on BCP.
What was up with the egg, dog? Why?
That was Shorty's brains after smoking the bowl.
Right, this is your brain on drugs.
Get it in the picture, and instead of being smart and moving
brains on drugs.
Instead of moving the screen, I dumped the pan into the camera and dumped it all over my keys.
So now Shorty's mom's brains all over your laptop.
My daughter has Shorty's. I'm giving this to my daughter now because I don't want eggs.
Oh, that's great.
Great new computer.
Tell her, man, there's a good man's brains left on this computer.
Oh my
Don't
God.
press the keys too hard because they'll crack.
Swifty, we love you, man. Thank you for joining us tonight, man. I mean, seriously, if we're still here, come back. We'd love to have you.
Come on back, Swifty. Bring Jordan with you. I got shit to bone pick.
We're only 2 hours in. I mean, fuck, this goes for
Wow.
Look, I'll be looking at Swifty shit the minute we get off the show. I know it. I do it every time. Fucker. Fucking Swifty. What the fuck, Swifty?
It's like
all right.
the typical.
Some brain.
It's like the stereotypical, white boy in the basement. Ma! Yeah, I want some pizza puffs. She's in my stats again, y'all. My bad.
Trips. You almost sounded like Jerry
Ma
Lewis
got
there
the
for a minute.
munchies. Eating on my
Oh,
Doritos,
that's
Mom. Eating on my
hilarious.
Doritos. Stop eating my Doritos, Mom.
Like,
Okay, that was hilarious. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My
Go ahead.
Twinkies.
Hold on, here she is right now, like in the
All
fridge.
was for you, Mom.
She's
was
hitting the
yours.
munchies in the fridge right now.
Now, all you guys got to apologize to her, man.
She talking about, hey, what time does DoorDash deliver till?
They're leftover Chinese from yesterday.
There's a
What's up
half
with the Instacart?
that I just bought the other night.
Hey, did you guys see we're not BCP anymore, guys. We're BTOD. There's talk on drugs.
On
You know
eggs,
me, I'm down
apparently.
with BTOD.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh, Lord.
Tell you.
Hey, so kids, all the people that we the secondary of the UDFA, does anybody tickle your fancy?
You're a good man. Triple R brought it back to real shit.
Hold on. Wait, can I just say
You're
that
keeping it moving, yo. Eh? What's Triple R's keeping it moving?
I left for that brief moment to get my Mammy's draft grade. And it was a B for Bears.
Oh, a B. Then what was all this about?
B for Bears, which is I gave the draft grade a B myself too, which is kind of ironic. So thank you, Mammy. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Kedro.
No. Yeah. These are UDFAs.
Thought it was going to be a G for gummies.
I thought it was going to be an E for edibles.
Wow. Fun stuff. Down to 12 viewers. Awesome.
2019.
Yeah.
They'll come back.
Quickly, marijuana will derail a good old show.
Or make it better. Who knows?
Or make it awesome.
Right.
Depends on who's watching. Retro, what's up, Retro? Retro's cracking jokes today, yo. Retro's
cracking jokes.
He's on a mission today. But,
I think he's having sinus problems now.
Oh, jeez.
Don't cry, Red. Don't cry, Trips. It'll be okay.
You are right, Doug. Oreos. There's no Oreos in this house, though. She's lucky. You have Oreos?
Mama ain't playing.
Never mind.
Don't mess.
Hey, I got some Oreos, nigga. Shit.
Don't mess around. She's like, oh, Oreos.
Fucking Oreos, of course. They're lemon Oreos. They're lemon Oreos. She says.
What you mean? We're talking about lemon Oreos. This is memory, guys. You pick up the stoner Oreos.
Lemon Oreos.
Oreos. We got the stoner audience just by
And don't
saying
forget
Oreos.
the strawberry quick. Shit.
Yeah, I love that shit.
This is what happens when Shorty goes home to stay with his mammy.
Getting into her Oreo stash.
All hell breaks loose, man.
All right.
Anyway,
we got it that they all have their issues, Taz. But do any of these kids think you can be like, oh shit, I remember watching that kid play. Good luck to him or something like that.
No, none. I got none for you. At the end of the day, you know what I mean. I'm just gonna keep it completely real. Sean Harris's kid. I'm serious. Sean Harris's kid sounds.
Pre-meeting, and you're right on par with everything that went on in the pre-meeting. So you're like, thank you. It's just like this show is about Bears and nothing.
And you know what? One of the best shows ever invented was about nothing, so we'll keep it rolling. Right? One of the best shows ever invented. I quote it on a daily basis. George Costanza's gotten me through the hardest times in life. I swear to God. That being said, you know what I mean? I'm not super excited by this UDFA class. The one guy who does jump out to me is Tyson Bagent. He's kind of interesting just because we traditionally don't draft quarterbacks because we're too afraid to do it. How, you know what I mean? We draft a quarterback. Is he better than the guy that we had already? Is he going to replace that guy? I don't really see that happening, but in this scenario, maybe somebody that Getsy can mold. Getsy spent a little bit of time with them at the Senior Bowl. Sounds interesting to me. It's about time we have a developmental project in the building, right? Like that's my 2 cents on it.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah, bro.
And this is for everybody too. Did you guys see any of the stuff on Huey out of Pittsburgh? Because last year if he would have came out in the draft last year, he probably would have gone early in the second round.
That's what it looks like. It looks like one of those are the best UDFA prospects to find.
Yep.
He got hurt and really couldn't live up to his potential, but he was the man the year before, right? Before all the injury.
Yeah, got an injury.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of high on him, Jalen Harris, and that's a mixed bag there. And then I like Tyreek Pitts, who Shorty was talking about. And I just started looking today because the only center we picked up the entire draft in UDFA was Nicholas Amoa out of UC Davis. He's 6'3", 285. He can play center or guard. He ran a 5.15.40 dash. His RAS score is 870.
Wow.
So I was trying to get some film on him. I didn't have time to prepare. I didn't even get through our list because of things that happen in life. But as I started looking into this guy, just going around on Google and looking into stuff, I want to see some tape on him because Pitts, Amoa, the center I just brought up, not Huey because his score is incomplete. Jalen Harris, all three of those guys I just mentioned have an 8.65 or better RAS score.
RAS score. What about the kid? What about this international kid? I just
throw some more trays around because I can't hear. I want to hear nothing.
What is going
I'm not sure what's going on.
Very weird. Hold on.
This is Bears Talk on Drugs, 105.7 Chicago, Illinois.
I don't know what's happening right now. That's very strange.
I muted
Hope
Shorty, it
he
stopped.
bust it. Let me take it for a minute.
Second.
No.
Who is that? Your mom's? Who is that?
That's very weird. Hold on.
Oh, it's you, Shorty.
That's very weird. Hold on a second, guys.
What type of dance is that, Foster?
I don't know. This is Bears Talk on Drugs.
Okay. That was about
Doesn't have
the
to make any
weirdest
sense.
fucking thing I've ever seen happen in my entire life. Because I don't have that in here. I do, but it wasn't playing. That just started playing out of nowhere. I could not find where to turn that off. And that happened when my mom dropped a fucking pan. Right next to me.
She's heating
Your
up those
mom
pizza.
dropped a pan and it
Which dummies did you all get?
triggered a
Hey, which
chain
dispensary
reaction that
is this
resulted
again?
in naughty by nature?
What the fuck is going on right now?
And it triggered a chain reaction.
She dropped the pan
that
and
resulted in naughty by nature's.
was
You down with OPP?
Yeah.
oh,
The Shortino household, baby. That's how they live.
Hold on a second, guys.
That's how they
No,
do it.
hold on.
That's how the short team.
Everyone, please listen to
right
me
on
for
point.
one
Tell her
moment.
to drop it again.
Okay. Sorry, Dave.
You're right, dog.
I
want to see what
Tell her to
happens.
drop the pan
have
again
no
first.
fucking idea how that just happened. I promise you that. I'm in control of everything that's happening right here. My mother dropped a fucking pan right there on the kitchen floor. And then all of a sudden, I was trying to mute because it was so loud. And then it just started playing a song that I uploaded to see if there was a copyright claim or not. And then boom, it started playing it, but there was nothing going on
So
my
much for
end that I
that.
could see that was actually playing. That was fucking weird. Holy shit.
That's
Indicating shit right there, guys.
Tell her to drop the pan
Typically,
again.
For 1
Drop
second,
the
notice, I am
See what
promising you. Let's,
Hold on. Let me go get a dozen eggs.
was that you, Foster? You fucking Foster.
I just got one question.
Nope, because that wouldn't be that. You didn't hear that scratch of the record, right?
Yeah, we did. I did.
Was it a scratch that came in?
You didn't hear that. No.
No, it sounded much
No,
more like
You're right. We
pants.
didn't go that far.
If I would have done that, it would have been this. You would have seen this. Yeah, it would have been like
I
like
just got
this.
one question.
Trying.
It
One
would have been
question.
me doing something like that.
One
I
question.
literally do not have that in my repertoire.
Okay, I
What
believe.
the fuck is going on right now? That just freaked me out, guys. I'm being honest.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
One question. Why is your mom getting the fans out?
Brownies.
What are you making?
Hey, CJ, you just made him think like, hold on, what are you making? He's like, right.
I know what Shorty's
Yo.
making after the show.
Yo, pancakes is
Wait a
on
minute.
right
What you
now.
doing in
You
the
know what
kitchen,
it
mama?
is.
What you
You
making?
know what it is.
I want
Yeah,
some.
yeah.
Look.
Yeah, I
Bong
can
and a
be there in
blame.
about 30 minutes, so don't cook them too fast.
What'd you say, Sam?
He's
Freaking
like, I want
Illuminati
some.
if you want.
Smoking a
No,
pancake.
his mom said, I heard about this midnight meatloaf. I want to see what's up.
Oh shit!
I see her in the background getting the vacuum out, Trips.
You're like, wait a minute. What are you making this time?
Shorty got the munchies though.
Right?
You can't blame him. He wants a bite to eat too. You can't blame him for that.
Yeah, did you see Vernon's on?
Listen, I promise you, Leo Factor, I am not tweaking
Oh,
and
it hurts.
spacing out. Listen, something very fucking weird just happened. I promise you.
Vernon.
That was very, very weird. I don't even have what you guys heard is not even available for me to play for you. That's what I'm saying. That was very weird.
Yeah, but that's like you weren't being seen in the chat yesterday either.
Oh man, I figured that
Weird
out.
stuff. It ain't the first time.
I was behind.
I believe you.
No, because none of you are in there at all. Sorry. Go ahead. PJ, let PJ finish his sentence.
No, I'm just saying, I believe Shorty.
Oh.
You don't have the music inside of his computer. I believe you.
Literally, I'm looking for what just played. I don't have it. This is all I have. Listen.
But I thought that's what it was.
Listen.
Popcorn.
That's all I have. Then I have this. There's nothing that could be played on here by me other than this. For this.
Greetings. I'm Dr. Dick Richard.
That or this. I literally could not do. I cannot do what just happened on my own fucking channel. Is what I'm saying. That was very weird.
Dick Richards it's great. Can I one more time?
Oh, you want? I'll give it to you right now. Go ahead. I'll give you the whole thing.
Greetings. I'm Dr. Dick Richards. Have you ever thought you were done going pee-pee, only moments later to find a drip or 2 or 3 in your underwear? Have you ever felt ashamed? Well, feel ashamed no more. Even the iconic legendary musician Elvis Presley has had his own share of drippy dick. For all the males in the they, them, there, though, thou arts out there, anyone with a dick, I've invented a revolutionary patented design called Drippy Dicks. Our state-of-the-art patented design can absorb up to 2.5 cups of pee-pee. Place adhesive side down in your banana hammock. Watch Drippy Dicks go to work. The banana hammock is still dry. Just look at that absorption. Drippy Dicks. Made by a dick, for a dick. Drippy Dicks.
I have to make a screenshot of Triple R during that video.
I'm just saying, you just straight walking around with a G-string on. What the world's going on, bro? That's all I want to know, man. You talk about drippy dicks and G-string. What's really going on, man? I mean, man, you got pots and pans going all over the place. You got spilling eggs on this new computer, and he looking like Papa Smurf, looking like you don't know where he's at. And then you just got the clanging going on. You turn around and ask your mom, "What are you cooking anyway, Mom?" What is really going on?
Yeah, what you do there? Shorty's like, you know, he's getting a plate. He's getting a plate.
You want some? Yeah, I want some.
Right damn straight he wants some. He's getting a plate. That's when you know Shorty camera go off for just a couple of seconds. Pancakes is up. Waffles and shit. There go waffles.
You will respect my authority.
Shit, eating some milk and cookies.
Okay.
Some milk and cookies. Some milk and cookies.
Hey, Shorty. Oh,
there it is.
Oh, there it is, right there.
She busted out the piece.
She was like, "Oh, Illuminati's."
Yeah.
There it is.
I got some Illuminati's being reheated right now. Guy I am.
Golly.
Oh Lord, my face hurts.
I can't bear no more.
Yo, crazy.
Well, guys, I think that's about the end of this show, huh? I mean, I just got hijacked.
No, you didn't. You just got high.
You got high. Yeah, you got part of it right. Oh, we don't know about the other part. We don't know about you getting jacked. We know about you getting high.
Didn't all you guys? I was looking at all of your faces as the pan hit the floor. You were like, "Oh my god, that's loud!" And I went to go mute it to mute myself.
And instead,
I did that.
Played Naughty by Nature.
He just
some shit started playing that's not even in my fucking thing here, dude. There's no, I can't even play that for you.
I didn't hear it. It never happened.
Oh, you couldn't hear that shit?
No.
Oh, good.
It was loud. We could all hear it. It was awesome for a couple of seconds, and then it was weird. But it's a good song.
I have to go look at that. That was weird. That was very weird.
Oh,
boys.
It might be because
Anyway.
I fucked with somebody in chat last night.
Hey,
I don't know.
When we getting a damn defensive end? Better question. Anybody think we can stop the run? Let's move back.
That's a
to
good
real
question.
Quick. Does anybody
Actually,
think
that's a
we
very
can?
good question. Continue the show.
I have a little bit of faith in that, so I'm a little bit worried in pass rush case scenario, but I think the guys that we got may be able to do some damage from a run stop perspective. So
I agree.
You know, I'm a little bit excited about that.
Here.
Oh my!
Yes,
God.
Indeed he is.
You fucking guys are right. Right.
Foster, you still cleaning egg off your laptop or what?
Yeah.
Is it cooking now?
I just figured out what I did. I figured out what I did. I just figured out what I did, guys. You're right.
You're high.
I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah.
Where is I
went to hit.
It wasn't a ghost.
Because I got
I
high.
thought that you guys could hear
Because I
that.
got high.
Oh God.
Because I got high.
It sounds like you got
Jordan, we
fostered
thought it was
too.
a ghost.
As Retro would say, it sounds like you got fostered, Shorty. Did you
Oh,
guys hear
I got fostered.
well, look who's here. Wake the seat up.
Hey, look who's in the chat.
Fucking Chris
Aldo.
Watts.
Chrissy.
Oh,
Come on here.
Hey,
What is up,
Hey.
my friend?
hey, up, fellas.
From across the pond.
Oh, Lord.
God
Yeah,
damn
we're
it, Chris. You're showing up when I'm trying to steal your money.
Hey, up, fellas.
Oh my God.
Yo,
Here's what C-Dub.
Retro's pure savagery in the chat.
Hey, up, fellas.
Hey, so any of you guys do any more or extra work on Roshan Johnson? I got to watch a lot more of him.
Yes.
Talk to us.
Thank you, J2K. Yes.
I'm loving him,
fucking
man.
He's a
pumped.
fucking beast. Yeah.
So am I.
And that 40 time
Yeah, I am too. I think he's going to
is
end up starting
total
back.
bullshit. He's got quick feet.
Mm-hmm.
They're
And
comparing
good
him to
long
David
speed.
Montgomery and
Wait, hold on. We got two.
Dexter.
Hold on. Let J2K finish.
Go, Jay.
Well, I just wanted to say, I think he's got quick feet. He's got long speed, and the quickness he goes from first gear, second gear, third gear is really, really fast. And at his size, he is incredibly athletic. And at his size, he's still very powerful. And I know you're going to compare him to David Montgomery. I do think there's some similarities, but I think he's got better speed. I think his physicality, because Montgomery would just shoulder people, and also he was really good at kind of at juking people, really breaking tackles more from a juke, like planting the foot, shifting his hips. But Roshan, he's almost a smoother back, and he's got this jump step, kind of like Matt Forte. He can drop the shoulder, but he really drops the shoulder. But how you see a lot of running backs, so it's almost like a stiff arm, and they drop the shoulder.
That's what I was.
And it's not a pure stiff arm. It's not a shoulder into the body, but it's kind of a blend where the guy just slips off him because there's nothing to grab. And his hands. His hands are so good. I saw him like one-handed catch, like his hand was covered in glue. I mean, I am pumped about Roshan Johnson.
One question for you, J2K.
Yeah.
Do you think he runs two upright?
Yes, that is something I saw for sure, and that will have to change. I think when he in the NFL, the holes are smaller, holes are closed quicker. He's gonna have guys in his body a lot sooner. But one thing that I liked Montgomery that he did, and I'm anticipating Roshan Johnson doing, that I didn't see from Herbert in this system, is Montgomery is really good at moving the linebackers. And in this Y zone scheme, you as a running back want to move those linebackers out of the hole or have them guess, bend, bounce, whatever the third one is, bend, bounce, break, something. I think Roshan's going to do that. A lot of it has to do with his intelligence. You know, he was a quarterback,
Right.
and I think he understands offensive lines and schemes, and also defense and what he's looking at. So yeah, I really, the more I got to watch him, and I watched him somewhat, but like when I really got to dive in the last couple days into him, I am really pumped.
You just went ahead and dived right into him, didn't you?
Yes.
We got a late second, third round talent. That's what he is, and he'll be the starting back by week 7 or 8. He's awesome, J2.
When I got all up in there,
I think he'll be starting before then.
That was probably, that might have been the biggest deal on our end of the draft, was getting him there. Roshan.
I love J2K. I love J2K.
What were you saying, Samo? Samo?
What's up?
What were your
No, I just said
Rojo
he ain't crazy. I think he'll be starting before then.
I agree with you.
He
on
reminds me of Matt Forte. That's what same thing with what J2K said. He reminds me a lot of Matt Forte, but he's a little bit more physical than Matt Forte was. But yeah, as far as his smooth running style, his speed, and he can return kicks. He returns kickoffs. Another plus for him. And cover kicks.
Yep.
Nasty blocker too.
So the guys, yeah.
Nasty.
Hey, I didn't hear you go.
What was that?
J2K, did you ever look at anything about Robert Burns, the fullback? He was supposed to be the best fullback in college football. The Bears got as a UDFA.
Yeah.
I did not. Once we re-signed Blasingame, I didn't look at fullback. I really liked Hunter Lupecki, but I haven't looked at Burns yet.
We got a UDFA fullback?
Yeah, Burns. He was from Miami, but they moved up to Delaware. And so he was in a system in Delaware where he was the fullback, but their fullback got a lot of carries. So he expanded his repertoire so he can block, he can catch, and he can run the ball. And he has a master's degree in something. Yeah. So, that's never hurt.
Okay.
If you're that smart.
Nice competition for Blasingame. See how it goes. Mm-hmm. He was supposedly the best fullback in college football, is what he's being touted as. So we'll see.
Nice. He'll probably make the practice squad.
Oh, definitely. I think he definitely at the least. And hopefully
I think if he's a fullback, he might even be special teams caliber. What do you guys think? I don't know if they carry him on the full squad, but
I don't believe so. I think his upside is being on a practice squad this year, learn from Blasingame how to be a professional, and then next year be our starting fullback moving forward. Because if I'm not mistaken, Blasingame is only on a 1-year contract again.
1 or 2.
Is it only 1 year?
It was 1 or 2.
Yeah, because I know
1 year guaranteed. They probably gave him I think they gave him the 2, but I think it's 1 guaranteed. So
yeah. So instead of paying him his contract, they just pay that guy in this next year and on a rookie contract or whatever, be save some money.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we can get a nice fullback on the squad, undrafted free agent for the next 5-7 years.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if
Jason McKee.
If we can just build this team through the draft for the next 5 or 10 years or more, and UDFAs.
I mean, we got to hit on them, because how many guys did we let go last year from our draft class? Zach Thomas.
Yeah, well, Zach Thomas, we didn't let him go. He got signed off.
Yeah, he got signed.
But the thing too, PJ, is it's not last year where we got all these guys at the bottom of the draft. We got guys we got to protect now because they're value.
Yeah.
Those guys he was trying to fill the roster last year and make decisions who's going where. different ball game this year. Now we're on the up. Last year was, we all know, clean everything out. Let's get it apart. Let's clean everything up. Put it back together. Oh, this piece is broken, so we need a new right tackle. But we're stacking it up now. We're building this thing, and
clean
totally different from last year. I agree. I liked Zach Thomas. I had Zach Thomas and Robinson when I was doing all my mocks last year. And after the draft, I tried 10, 15 times. They never fell in any mock I did to the position where we drafted either one of those guys. I said that I was on all those shows last year talking about this because I was like, man, there's no way they should have been there. They were all, I can't remember. I had specific names within 20 picks that both of those guys went, Zach Thomas and Robinson. And Robinson went, and then within 20 picks, every mock, Thomas was gone. And when I got to those spots, I could show you mocks where I have our exact draft, but I could never pick those guys because they were gone every time. So I just stuck guys in. I mean, I saved them. So we did really good drafting last year. I mean, the question was Carter. Carter's got to be something. There's got to be. We know that Carter's huge. I heard a door. Sorry.
Is that the pizza, Shorty? Is that the pizza?
That's Foster's Pizza.
Man.
Mine's right here.
Computer repair man. That big about his computer.
Oh, look at
But
that.
if we look at it,
Foster's wondering why he's smelling fried eggs right now.
I heard that, Samo.
Foster over there running like, damn, it smells like fried eggs. He's hungry over here.
The house I'm in is haunted, man. The door opens. Somebody opens the one door, and it ain't crooked. It ain't.
Get the fuck out of here.
There's nothing. I swear to God, I had this dog for 16 years, and he walks around this house still. He died in 1987, and he's still walking this house. I swear to God, I can hear his nails at night. One of them things, man.
Yeah.
They go steal.
Shorty can tell you all about that.
I believe in that shit. Oh, I could bring Mammy on to tell you her story. That's why I believe in that shit.
I wish the dog was still alive. I haven't come and lick all the egg off my leg.
Hey,
better story right there.
Hey, Foster. Doggone, bro. Doggone.
The dog.
That's cold. That's cold.
Son of a.
That's cold.
Hey, you guys do any more work on Noah Swell?
No, I haven't. What do you got, man? Because
what do you got, J2K?
Yeah, I haven't looked
I really like the pick. I think that was a hugely underrated pick, actually. I know we're stacked at linebacker, the year before last year's film was much, much better. Right. This year's film was just okay. But, man, he's got a lot that I really like. And, get him in the fourth round, late in the fourth round. I thought that was a hell of a pick. Yeah, I think that was a hell of a pick. And, keep in mind that our two starting linebackers, I think they're signed 3-4 years, something like that. TJ and Edwards and Edmonds.
Right.
So I think Swell could easily become more of a factor in the next 3-4 years once we decide whether we want to go with another contract with these guys. We got as starters. I think for sure he's going to be a big-time special teams guy. I'm not so sure that he's a Sam, although I kind of think that he'll play well enough to get that role. I see him a little bit more as a Will. I think he's got the athleticism, the speed. Definitely core special teamer. But there is one thing that I noticed on film that I think is really funny. And I think once you see it, you can't unsee it. The guy runs with his hands almost like they're in his pockets the whole time.
Wow.
Like his arms are straight and he's running. And it reminds me of Napoleon Dynamite. You know how he would run and his arms would be straight down? But he'd be just running forward. Like, once you see it, you cannot unsee it. And I don't know what it is.
Like Molly Shannon on SNL. What
yeah.
Or sorry, exactly. on Seinfeld. On Seinfeld, when Molly Shannon was on Seinfeld, and she came and she like swiped all the shit off of Elaine's desk.
Right. And it's interesting because I mean I know guys are coached that you swivel your arms because that rotates your hips and helps with your speed. You want to keep your hands up, but he's just got this odd characteristic where he runs with his arms straight down.
Well, you mentioned that Roosevelt Colvin, linebacker from a few years back, he ran that exact same way.
Yeah, right.
So is it like Naruto? Like
what?
Hey, wait a second, you guys.
Is he like you know what I mean?
Brittany Hobson.
like Naruto shit.
Thank you, Brittany. First time viewer, guys.
Yeah, right on.
Brittany Hobson. She was bold enough to come into our chat. Thank you, Brittany. Thanks for sticking around. Good night. We're here. If you're here to come again, we're still here.
Come back, Brittany.
Amazing. Miracle.
People were asking if Sewell could be like the edge, but nothing in his tape said that he could do that. And his numbers fell off the last year because the school, was it Washington or Oregon? Oregon. They had a change of coaching staff and philosophy and all that. So it, threw him out of his groove. But he was still a leader on the team in the locker room as well.
And he seems like he played kind of heavy too, right? Do you agree, J2K?
Yeah.
I think that if once he loses a little weight, he might become a little faster, a little quicker. I think he already has the quickness, but he might be a little faster. And I think he has the explosiveness. So I think the Bears are really banking on him being a developmental player. I think we killed the 4th round. I know we were crying about, I know Shorty was crying about Israel Abanikanda, who we all love. But I do think Roshan was just the more complete back right now. Israel Abanikanda has a lot of upside, probably. But he was drafted to be a backup. So,
right.
He went much farther after Johnson, though, too. And like J2K pointed out, with his vision could be the problem. So,
and also I wanted to say this too. Abakanda, he ran something like a 4.34, some insane 40, and Roshan runs like a 4.57. But when you watch the game tape, they look equally as fast. And Abakanda, he didn't run up to his speed. Roshan runs above his speed.
Yep.
When I did see the highlights from Roshan getting in the open, nobody caught him from behind.
Right.
Nobody caught him from behind. Exactly. I think he just ran a bad 40 because they clocked him at 22.6 miles. I think
I got a theory about that. I got a theory. So you know how he broke his hand at the Senior Bowl? When you're in the 40, what do? You're in a 3-point stand.
You got to put
your hand down. So he couldn't rep the 40 out of a 3-point stance.
Yep.
Good
Damn good point. You might be on the subject, okay? That might have helped us. I think that helped him slip down a little bit too.
Yep.
Guys, trust me. One day when J2K is on the road and he's just like looking at the mountains and a lake somewhere in Utah or wherever, and he's gonna go, "Yeah, these are my thoughts on the Bears today," and he's gonna send that to us.
Yes, I will.
It'll be like a little clip of J2K with because you have excellent thoughts, and we love that. And when you are on the road, it's going to be fun because we'll make it like a little segment, J2K's thoughts.
I just
got to fill you guys in that I haven't talked to about this and stuff. So end of this month, I am going to be doing some traveling and stuff. So I won't be on the show regularly, but whenever I can, I will be here. Shorty, you will send me the link. If I can join, I'll happily do it. But I just want to give you a heads up just to fill you guys in.
Thanks, J2.
Going to live his life.
Hey, J2K, man, are you a balding middle-aged male with a beard?
I'm
I'm looking right at your emoji, man. I'm just like
my
is this what he looks
icon?
like? Come on.
Yes, like your icon. Yes. That's what
I look nothing like that, I swear. Full head of hair, no beard.
I'm just saying.
Hair.
Great question, Buster.
I had hair once. I just miss it.
That icon has a 5 head, not a 4 head.
Yeah.
Let's just put that up
Man,
there.
he raised a fire, I swear.
So that
There it is.
So you look nothing like that, right?
Early Foster.
No, I look just like that. I actually made that years and years ago, probably 8 years ago.
That's me last century.
And so you do look like that. You're a
So you look
absolutely.
like that 8 years ago.
Yeah.
But now,
no, I look just
Rogaine?
like that pretty much.
Dang.
You guys meet me, you'll be like, oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like me.
That's how I picture you, man, just because of that thing. So you
yeah.
better look like that, or I'm not going to even talk to you.
You invested in a lot of ball caps.
Hey, here's a.
J2K is probably going, thank God he said that. I'm going to hold him to it.
I have a question about a receiver.
Yes.
UDFA guy, not Pitts, not Scott, obviously, but Simmons. Simmons.
Nothing about him. Let's pull him out here. Let's see.
Yeah,
Is that the right name? Am I looking at Simmons?
He's got to be at the bottom or the top. That's why I didn't get to him, because he's not on there. There isn't nobody like that. Trips.
I don't see a Simmons on the.
He'll take some more pills. No, I'm joking. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
I could have the wrong information there. I could be that.
Hold on.
That's true.
Wait, Doug. What's that? Wide receiver, Doug.
Thyrick.
No, not Pitts.
Thyrick Pitts.
That's the 6'3", 200-pound guy that runs the 4.340.
Yeah.
So there's also Aaron Crookshank from Rutgers.
That's the returner that I think is going to take Pettis' job.
Okay.
Looking at not Navarro from Northwestern.
Had a
Not
job on
Hitchens. Oh, where's this guy's name? Oh, Todd Simmons from Dubuque.
What is he? He must be invited, not signed.
Yeah, invite.
Okay. I don't know. I didn't look at any of the invites because I didn't even get through the. We never even talked about Bobby Haskins, man. That's another guy we should look at and talk about.
What is that? Offensive line, right?
Yep, out of USC, man.
Yeah, well, I was just working around. We haven't gotten to the offensive line, guys, really.
We're bouncing. Yeah, we were talking
Really?
about. I was talking about Nick Amoa because he's another guy.
We're only kind of bouncing, Foster. We're not really all over the place.
It don't matter. We could go back to Doug's thing here. We could go back to Doug's thing on the wide receivers, and we only covered Pitts.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's why I brought up this wide receiver, obviously. But Todd Simmons, I'm looking for his measurables.
Yeah, that's right, because you said he's an invite. I didn't I didn't even get to any of the invites because I didn't even finish the UDFAs. I'm just so freaking happy we got Darnell Wright at right tackle.
Me too, man.
How about it?
Chris Watts wants to know if it's 5 a.m. too early to have a joint in the morning.
Never.
Fuck no.
He's only 2 hours away from Amsterdam, so do what
Trips,
you gotta do.
head over there. By the time you get there, it'll be 5 p.m. If you get on a flight now, then you could smoke a 5 p.m. joint with them.
Let's see. Todd Simmons, he's 6'1", 195 pounds.
That's okay. He's a wide receiver. You got his 4.4 or anything? I mean, his 40? RAS score?
I'm looking. Being from Dubuque, he's not going to have all those measurables.
J2K, that doesn't matter because if you're starting your day, you smoke a joint, and if you're finishing it, you smoke one. So it's a win-win.
Yes, it's in the morning, at night.
Oh my god!
So, have you guys seen any of the interviews with Travis Bell?
Yes.
Oh
I
my
love
God.
that guy.
Yeah.
I love
like
that
it
guy.
too.
Yeah.
I love him.
He hasn't taken a snap, and right now he's pushing to be my personal favorite Bear. You know, since Akeem Hicks left the building, he's a real, genuine, humble kid, and I appreciate everything about him. I really hope the best for that kid, man. He's he's impressed by just the fact that he's on a football team doing what he loves to do, and that motivates him. And that's like the polar opposite of Jalen Carter.
Mm-hmm.
What is so impressive about him is that they just brought him in to talk, not for a workout. And he played for a small school. And that was enough for them. They saw what they saw on tape in the big games that he played in, enough to know that we don't even have to put you through a workout. We're just going to like get to know you as a person. And then we're like, holy shit, sold. Like Poles said, he didn't want to leave the room with him. He was like, I didn't want to let him go. So that, I mean, that says a hell of a lot about his personality. And we saw it on tape. We played it, that night of the draft. The kid he's one of those guys that you're just hoping for, right? He's the guy that you're like.
Kind of made me feel the way I did when Eli Hicks was drafted and he put out that like TikTok or that clip,
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I'm turned up, like we're gonna get it. I love that. I love that Poles is getting guys like this, and a lot of these guys are actually they probably would be UDFAs, but Poles doesn't want to lose them, so he drafts them in the 7th round. And Eli Hicks, he made the team. He got some playing time. It wasn't bad enough to where I would think that he wouldn't get back onto the field next season. I actually thought it was decent.
Right.
So, yeah, I like it.
How tall is
I thought he played really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
How tall is Travis?
Oh, I think he's 6 foot.
Yeah,
but he's got long arms.
He's a little under height.
Yeah. He kind of reminds me of, now in a much lesser way, but Spice Adams, Anthony Adams. He had that short stature but long arms, but he was really quick, even though he had a bit of a belly.
And he had like 30 reps on the bench.
Yes. With long arms, that's really impressive.
Yeah, it's tough to do.
I like the Leo Factor comment about Travis Bell. Swart, twitchy, bowling ball like Kalen Saunders.
Yes, exactly.
There could be something there in a couple years, man. If this guy's coached up right, we might have another starter that we got for nothing, man. There's your sandboard everybody wants.
Good quickness. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you just hit the nail on the head, Foster, right? So the nail on the head is coached up right, quote unquote. And that's the one thing that we all have to now sort of, put our faith into. For lack of a better thing to say, I don't know what else to say there, but we have to believe that these guys can coach these kids up. This team is super young. It's probably the most youthful Bears football team I've ever seen. Like last year was pretty youthful, but this year's, much more of the same, if not younger. We really have to hope that guys like Luke Getsy and our defensive team, Alan Williams, got to hope these guys can coach this team up and help raise the profile of these young kids. And if they can, this could be a ongoing situation for the Bears, right? Next year's draft class will be coached up well and will have success, as will the year after that. That's, again, stuff we really haven't had much history in seeing because, right, we're seeing regimes change every 4 years to 8 years maximum. Not really seeing, you know what I mean, the progression and the growth of the team. I think we might start to see something here that that looks good. If it doesn't, that may be the primary worry, right?
Hey,
that may be the primary worry.
Matt, FGT too. Fluke's got this too,
Okay.
I mean, I'm
right.
going with it. I'm going with this whole team. I want to back these guys because I just polls brought all this together, and I just am totally behind the guy, man.
There's certain people on right, like there's certain pieces to this coaching staff that I do have a fair amount more faith in than maybe I did, with previous regimes. Flus is that guy. I like what he stands for and what he's all about. I'm not sure about Alan Williams. I'm gonna be real about that. I think Luke Getsy's that guy, and it has a lot to do with. Well, it has a lot to do with his time in Green Bay, but it also has a little to do with the faith the organization sort of had in him to go and be that senior bowl guy. Go do this, run this yourself, scout while you're on the job. Darnell, we're picking Darnell because we know that you just spent X amount of time with him and you have faith in this guy. Awesome. Tyson Bajan, let's grab him too. You've had some time with this guy. We believe in you. We believe you can actually coach these kids up. And that's, I have a feeling that it played a big factor into who was drafted and why they were drafted in the manner that they were. And again, hopefully that offense will see some improvement just by way of coaching. And I have faith that it will because of Luke Getsy right now, which then leads us into 2025 when he's going to be a hot commodity.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yep, me too. I'm with you. You.
PJ,
real quick. Hold on, Samuel. PJ, man, I forgot I was going to tell you, dude. Oh, PJ's got polls here. He's in good with polls. Apparently, I'm sleeping with Eberflus because I gave him an STD or something.
Okay.
What?
This is all retro. I'm reading retro.
Oh.
Retro's out to get you.
He is.
Yeah, retro's
I've heard of Flavor Savers. The goat smells like balls and ass.
Cold-blooded in
I'm
the chat.
Sleeping with Flus. I gave him an STD. Samuel was going
from Foster. I see. It all makes sense now.
Retro is killing me. I'm like trying not to laugh. I keep having to mute myself from Retro tonight.
Foster burns the Flus.
I'm gonna go get me a scoop and a cone of Flus.
Chicago sometimes. Foster burns the Flus.
Fucking Cliff says Foster wants my meatloaf.
I'm old enough to remember that in baseball.
Hold on, you're all fucked up again, Triple R. You got to bug out and bug back in.
I want to comment on the coaching. This year, I am going to be a lot harder on Getsy and Williams.
Yes,
I think that's harder on everything, really, right? Like at this point, excuses are a lot lower. There's a lot less excuses right now.
Exactly.
We should be going into this with a critical eye. Last year, I think collectively as Bears fans, we all sort of said, we're not going to the dance this year. So,
right, or it's just a bad roster. How do you tell if the scheme is really working if you don't have a pass rush, you don't have an offensive line, and I know we don't have all the pieces yet, especially at defensive end. But at the same time, I think we have a good interior defensive line. I think we have, I would give it maybe adequate defensive ends at best, I mean, we do have, I would say, 2 starters at defensive ends, Walker, and maybe if you split Bijan Robinson and not Bijan, but Robertson and Gibson. Gibson was a starter. So, but I think our linebacker core, our secondary, I mean, that should be enough for Alan Williams to utilize and run his scheme. And I think Getsy's got the wide receivers, running backs, quarterback, tight end, and I would call the offensive line very adequate at this point.
I would too.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. Leo
my biggest concern.
I had to shake my head there. Like we gotta do something about DE. I don't think we make it to the season. Just given the amount of cap space we have, I think he should probably grab 2 we'll see if that materializes. But 2 would be the smart man's money. I get somebody in and around the 27 to 28-year-old age, and maybe a veteran for a little bit less money. But
would you be interested in Leonard Floyd?
Sure. Like, basically what I'm interested in is a guy who is semi-youthful and can produce somewhere in between 4 to 12 sacks. Like, that's your responsibility. Go get them. Leonard Floyd is basically that guy. Are there better guys? I think Ngakoue is probably a better fit in that space. You know, from a production perspective, he's a solid 8 sacks a year. Doesn't really matter where he's playing. So, you know, those would be the 2 top guys, and Clowney in my mind right off the bat. Obviously, I'd have interest in all of them.
I'm hearing that the knock on Yannick Ngakoue is that he doesn't play the run at all. He'll run.
Do we need him?
He's all rush.
Do we need him to be the run guy?
Rush. We don't, but if teams know that he's not going to play the run, then they're going to run right at this guy. If they know that he's just going to rush the passer every time, and I hear that's what was happening with him, and that's why he's been moved from team to team to team. He hasn't worked well to try to establish himself as a run defender, and he's just a pass rusher. He's just a straight pass rusher.
I think that's what we need, though.
That might be it.
We do, but we can't. But he can't be a liability either. He can't be a guy that's a liability as a run defender. We do need a pass rusher. I agree with you there, but he can't be someone who's becomes a liability in the defense where teams know this about him and then they just attack that. As far as coaching goes, I think that this year is really the honest. We're saying Flus and Gedsey and Alvin Williams, but it's really on these position coaches who are the real guys that develop the players. Last year, we didn't have a good defensive line coach. I thought that he should have been fired because no one produced on the defensive line. We saw regression on the defensive line for guys like Travis Gibson that we saw playing well the year before. Same thing with the wide receiver room. I think that no one really developed in that room. And then we see great coaching on the offensive line. We see great coaching at tight end where we see guys coming in. And I think I think it's really on a lot of the position coaches to help develop these players. Now, Flukes, they're the guys who spend the most times with these players. Flukes and all those guys are developing plays and all of that stuff. So
I'm with you there. At the same time, you know, out come the excuses, right? They just you move Akeem Hicks off of that line. That line's going to be extremely weak. You move Khalil Mack off the line and Robert Quinn off the line.
That's true.
Have at it, guys. Hey, see what you can do. And they did what they could do. That was about it. We just need a little bit more heat. That's all. A little bit more heat. There's tons of money to be spent. I think we're just going to have to, you know, I think it's just basically a waiting game until waiver wire is really my 2 cents there. I think that's really what we're waiting on because I think Poles is waiting to see who gets cut first. I got first dibs on whoever's coming off and away I go. I get access to whoever that might be. Who knows who's going to get cut between now and the next, until waiver wire really kicks in.
I agree.
Asking a question as far as like polls in the front office and this whole like embracing all the different analytics and the different, markers and, with RAS score being one of them. And so I get that things change like in baseball when you used to have like the RBIs, the ERA, hits, runs, errors. So you had an idea of what that guy is. Now, my question is, I'm looking at, they're talking about the wide receiver Todd Simmons, and J2K mentioned it earlier with Roshan Johnson, but it says Simmons' recent accomplishments, he was timed at a max speed of 23.42 miles per hour, having a 10-yard split time in the 97th percentile at 150. My question is, what does that mean?
It means
is that like a 40 time
serious
or what?
stud to me.
It's what?
He could be a serious stud with
No,
those numbers.
how does that equate to like 40 time? I don't know the miles per hour, and I don't know how
I've
that.
said it before. Like if you made a 50-yard dash, you might be able to make up for the time it takes you to get off the line if you have a slow get off like Roshan might have. So add another 10 yards to it, or make it a wide receiver stance just so you can just get off the ball and run. And
Well, no. So does he run like a 4.2 or 4.5, 4.6? How does that
He's
equate?
sub 4.3. They say that over 22 and a half miles is supposed to be 4.3. So he would be a sub 4.3 40 guy.
Dude, let's turn any one of our asses up. Let's take any one of our asses and put us on the 40-yard line, right, and make us do that stance as best as we can. You have to hold it, right? You're almost shaking because you know, like any second, it's on you. Get it perfect. Boom. Then you have to go. It's
Well,
like
no,
saying,
it's not about that. It's about, I understand 4.240. I understand what that means. I don't know what 23.42 miles per hour means.
Well, I think that means his get
Oh,
off.
so
too difficult. It's like lay on your back and hop up off
No,
the
no,
floor.
I understand what the activity is. I don't know how to equate the numbers into something that I understand.
So
I would say
Justin,
add 10 more yards to the 40. Make
Shorty,
it
you don't know. Shut the fuck up.
So Justin hit somewhere in and around a similar speed.
I'm
last year on one of his runs. It's more of a measurement of acceleration. Some guys can get to a much faster top accelerating speed than they can, or than a 40 time really denotes.
So what's the difference?
Well,
the difference is they're timing you in and this is going to start to sound like Shorty's answer. They're timing you in a weird situation where you're taking, you know what I mean? You're that's the time that they gave you that day, but you might actually be able to reach a much faster top acceleration and speed.
I got an answer for you guys.
Go for
it. Give it to me.
Triple R. All right. So to answer your question, if you have a 40-yard dash, divide it into 80 to get an approximate miles per hour speed. If you have a 5-second 40-yard dash, you're going about 16 miles per hour. If you have an 8-second 40-yard dash, you're going about 10 miles per hour. So if you have a 20 mile per hour that you're clocked at, you're running a 4.040. If you're going at 22 miles per hour, you are running faster than a 4.040. 4.440.
Justin did that this year. I think you ran forward.
So at 23.42, that's like 2 seconds, 3 seconds or some shit?
So a 4.5 second 40 would be about 18.18 miles per hour. If Roshan Johnson was clocked at 22, he runs well below a 4.5, below a 4.4. Here's some other stuff. 20.
Well, that's shit.
Yeah.
I like that.
Well, that's what's so crazy about the 40 is that you see it on game film. You see him clock 22. Oh wait, no, that doesn't have the comparison.
If I may.
Yes.
If I may. It comes down to this there, Triple R. In a 40, you're judging the guy's time from start to finish. And that whole time was 4 point whatever seconds. When you're looking at those miles per hour, they're timing him at his fastest speed, which is 23 miles per hour, whatever. And for that 23 miles per hour, he's not ever running 23 miles per hour the whole time. So therefore, although it equates to 4.0 whatever, it's not taking into account his start time or his finish time. Only his fastest time at his fastest speed, and they then equate that over the 40 seconds. So that's why you would never see that in reality of a guy running 4.0 because nobody does that, because you slower when you first start off and what have you.
Well, what is this factor? What does this tell us about their game?
It's telling us how fast they are, as far
Top
as
speed.
because his top speed is 23 miles per hour, which would means if he was running his top speeds in a 40-yard dash, it'd be 4.0 something. That's
so this kid is fucking fast.
Yeah, he's fast.
Right.
Yeah.
Devin A-Chain, the speed running back that was in this draft, was also clocked at 22.2 miles per hour, same as Roshan Johnson. So they both can hit a max speed of a very, very, very fast. Now, it may take Roshan Johnson a little longer to get to that max speed than A-Chain, but I mean, when you're talking, if they clocked him at 22 miles per hour, I mean, how long are his runs? 10, 20, 30 yards?
Right.
He's not running 40 yards and they're clocking him. He's running 10, 20 yards at best, just because running backs don't run that fast or that far often.
I'm fascinated with this conversation because I've had this conversation with my buddies before, and like one of my friends was like, "You're a fucking idiot," because I said, when you leave that line from your 40-yard stand, it's about your get off, but you can still gain speed from there. So if you made the 40 longer, or you just did the 40-yard dash from a stand-up stance, would that not make it more a realistic time that you would get? And he was like, "You're a fucking idiot."
For some positions and not others.
But
offensive line,
right
defensive
now,
line.
we're pontificating this right now. Roshan clocked at 22 miles an hour, right? But he has a 4.56 40. So to the point, football speed is football speed. It doesn't really. It matters how you're playing the game and how quick you. That fucking get off is so important that if you can't do it perfectly, you are not going to make up the time to even Joey Porter. They sat there doing the 40 time, and the camera was on his dad, and he's like, "Yeah, he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. He's gonna go 4.4 or something," and he clocked like a 4.5 something, and they were like, "Yeah." He's like, "I saw him hit a 4.4 something."
Right.
Because it's just about how you timed it, how you did it. If you gave every single player 10 chances at the 40, they're all going to be different. And of course you're going to take the best one. But how many did they do in the draft? 3? 2. Okay. Even worse. So it's all about what you ate that day. Were you lighter that morning? Did you wake up feeling better that day than you did the day before? Were you able to get in that perfect stance and not shake yourself to be nervous and then get off wrong?
Well, that's why
that makes a big difference.
That's why they talk a lot about, what was his, in his game time, he ran 23 miles per hour. That's why they talk about that, because that's your top end speed.
Right.
But I think more so to what J2K is saying is, when you're in a running back stance, you may have a slow get off. You know what I mean? You probably slow before you can reach that max speed. So it matters how quick you can get up to your maximum speed as well. That matters. Whereas a defensive lineman, most defensive linemen or offensive linemen aren't going to be running 40 yards anyway.
Right. Well, see, the question becomes who's fat. Who's faster between our 4th round pick Scott versus this Simmons kid? Like Scott, I've seen all his times were in 40, 4.3s, whatever he is.
Right.
Whereas I don't know so who's faster, Scott or Simmons?
It comes down to, again, the top end speed in real time. Because
so one could get off the line quicker than the other.
Right.
And then the other one can reach top speed than the other. But my question is, who's faster if they race?
Well, race how long? How far?
Length of a football field.
My money would barely be on Scott, because again, if you got that guy who's building that speed up, because it's hard to stay quick for 100 yards. You can be quick for, a little bit, then you kind of like level off. But if you got that speed that's constantly building up, you got to keep on going. It's kind of like Usain Bolt. You time Usain Bolt in a 40, he's not going to run very fast, in my opinion. But you get him past that 50 yards, his speed is really going now. It's because it's constantly building up.
That's what I'm saying.
If you have a guy like Scott, and you at the 20-yard line of your own territory, and you extend him on a go route, you're throwing the ball, and where he catches it at the 40 of the other territory, nobody's catching.
I equate it to two cars. One can go 0 to 60 in 2 seconds, and the other goes 0 to 60 in 4 seconds or 5 seconds. So
right.
I'm ahead of you now. If I got that burst, I think Tyler Scott will win in the race because he has that burst. He's going to be ahead of him, so far ahead of him. He's not going to, by the time he reaches his top speed and Scott is at his top speed, then there will be no catching him.
But you do understand, Samuel, that some people slow down after. I mean, if you're running a 40-yard dash, there's some people with that first burst, they beat you in the first 50 yards. But that second 50 is when they slowing down because they leveled out. And the other person is still building their speed up and going faster. That's what Usain Bolt does. Because he'll sit up there, he don't kick it in because those long strides don't start working until after that second 50.
I equate it to like a 10-speed
strategy too.
That starts off in some bikes start off in, a 10-speed bike starts off in third gear. Some start off in first gear. Right. So like some guys have a little bit, but they can both get to gear 10 by the end, right?
Right.
Or maybe gear 12. So by the time you pass the 40-yard dash, which is what I would like to kind of maybe provocate for would be a 50-yard dash or a 40-yard dash in addition to a stand-up stance, just to see what the difference. I would love to see the difference is what I'm saying. I know they won't do it. I would love to see
40 yards.
If everyone's just standing there in a wide receiver stance and they go 40 yards, let's just see what you can do from there, as opposed to the down stance. And then let's take it one step further and go 50 yards for both. Let's make four separate things, 40 yards and 50 yards, 2 for each. I would love to see that just to compare them.
Dan, what you're really describing is the 20-yard shuttle.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're saying like that 40-yard dash is a dangerous thing too.
So it looks like the important thing for football purposes for wide receivers is that initial burst, because that gets them open and separation from the coverage.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
Oh,
damn it.
Fucking PJ.
Because think about
it. That's it, PJ. You're out of here. Fuck this guy.
Hey, I got something real quick.
There you go. Go for it, John.
I know we're about to leave. So
sorry, PJ.
I'm gonna read measurables from 2 players. Player A, 5'10", 185 pounds. This is coming out of college. 28.7 BMI. 72.5-inch wingspan. Ran a 4.29 40. 40-inch vertical leap, 129-inch broad jump. 8-inch hands, arm length 30. Second player. Try to remember that. Also 5'10". 31-inch arms, 9-inch hands, 72 3/4-inch wingspan, 4.4 40, 18.43 miles per hour is where he was clocked at. 133-inch broad jump. Player A was Tyreek Hill. Player B was Tyler Scott. And Nick Coles go and draft his Tyler Scott.
And with Tyler Scott having the wider wingspan, I think that means he has the frame to put on that Tyreek Hill weight and still probably maintain that explosiveness. So I think that Poles may have made, and then it made me think about last year's pick in Vegas as well. But was he trying to? Is Poles looking for his Tyreek Hill? Is what I'm starting to think now.
I hope so.
I think he's looking for some speed, but honestly, I don't think Tyler Scott is going to be as fast as Tyreek because Tyreek has unreal speed. I'm sorry. He has unreal speed. I seen him at Oklahoma State. It was just, dude, he has unreal speed. And I've never seen anybody truly cover him the whole time because not only is he quick, he's also fast. And that's what I'm saying. I think with Tyler Scott, he has, I don't know how quick he is, but I know he has that long speed. Kind of like, remember Calvin Johnson? He was never quick. So, yeah, he had the height, but he was never quick. So he can beat you on a slant based on his height, but he'll beat you on a long pass because of his speed. Therein lies the difference with that long speed that he has. Tyreek, he has both. He has that quickness and that long speed.
And Tyreek, we're judging off of the broad jump that measures the explosiveness of a player, then Tyler Scott has about 10 inches.
I'm curious to Tyreek Hill. I'm curious to see Tyler Scott because I seen his, him working out on YouTube, and I'm like, this guy, he has some muscle to his small frame. He has some muscle to his small. So I'm really to see that video. Yeah, I'm waiting to see how far he can go with it because he was a running back, but he's not as dense as Tyreek. Tyreek is like a little compact little bowling ball with speed, man. That's why I'm just like, golly, this dude's something.
Yeah, and Tyreek Hill, he's an Olympic winning track star, which means he's one of the fastest human beings on the planet.
Right.
Right.
There is
he's unreal,
a wide difference.
He's unreal. That's why I'm like, man, when I see him, it's like because he'll play you. The way he runs his routes, he just plays with you because he reading to see which way you going, and then he just go do something opposite. Because if you ever notice when he coming out of his stance, when he coming out of the break, he'll start off and he got his arms at his side and he's just playing with you, waiting to see what you're doing, and whatever you do, he then reacts to it. He hits that burst, and that's when Mahomes hits him because it's like he don't run the typical route where he run up 10 yards and break out. He'll play with you and see which way your body leaning, and he goes the opposite way, man. I'm telling you, that dude's unreal.
Well, that's what Scott was doing in all his highlights that I saw because nobody could press him because he's too fast. He's going to run right by you. And so if he gets a free release and the secondary's playing back, now, you're in his world. He can go wherever he wants to go. And he's so quick and fast, there's what are you going to do as a defender?
As a defender, I'll be like, look, we have to double team this guy every play, period.
And wide receivers, the best thing that a wide receiver has, it's not just the speed off of the line from a stop to start. It really is maintaining your speed through your breaks. So, you remember Devin Hester? He actually, he timed really fast in the 40. What made him so incredible is that he didn't lose speed when he cut.
And the key to cutting is not rounding off your cuts.
Right.
Because that's what Kevin White was messing up on.
You got to stick that leg.
Yeah,
you power off that stick. Yep.
Yeah. You got to if you're supposed to go 10 yards, that means go 10 yards and cut, not 11 yards and rounding it off. And that's what I'm saying. You got to be able to stop on that dime and make that cut, and that gives you the separation.
Exactly. And you get power out of that leg stick. When you plant that foot and you turn those hips, you explode again. You're almost starting again from a stop position in a sense.
And that's what Chad Ocho did because that's what he had. He had those quick, incredible feet, man. He can stop on the dime and just break right off of that, man. It's that's the key. It's a fine line, man, that the more I watch that, I'm like, that's what it takes is to be able to make those precise cuts without rounding them off, because if you round them off, you get a DB a chance to catch back up. But if you make that straight cut, ain't no way they can catch. I mean, keep up with you.
Exactly.
And I saw some of that from Tyler Scott in his videos, that when he's running that post or that stem route, like when he hits his break, when he gets to his break point, he hits it like he's gone. And he's just running back consistently on tape. And I'm just hoping we get some of that. If we don't get it all, I want some of that this year, even if it's to use him as a decoy.
Well, what he did was when he's doing on that go route, he's going straight up the field, and then he act like he's going out. And when he act like he's going out and the cornerback turns his hips, he then goes to the post route, and that's why he's wide open, because he got that cornerback to turn his hips, or the safety to turn his hips, and then he ended up going the other way. Ain't no one in the world's going to catch him. That's what I'm saying. I mean, so he has that. Yeah, I seen him do that. So I'm like, yeah, that's what you need. And that's honestly a lot of what Darnell Mooney does, because in my opinion, J2K can disagree, but I feel as though Mooney is more fast than he is quick. So he has those long strides to where he's not that shifty guy to be in a slot like DJ would be. He's more of that long strider, man, that he's just fast. Whereas DJ is quick, Tyler Scott is quick, and I think they'll be playing more in our slot. Even Bayless, I think Bayless has some quickness to him as well. I'm saying they're all fast, but those are more quick and fast.
I think Mooney is more smooth than sharp, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well said.
Yeah.
Well said. God damn it. J2K.
PJ. P to the J.
Man, I was like Magic Johnson with the no-look pass. Like,
Love it.
Guys, Foster's asking me in the side chat if I can play some Tyler Scott film, but I think it's almost time to end the show, guys. We're on 3.5 hours right now.
Wait, hold on, real quick. Does anybody know anything about wide receiver Deshaun Kitchens?
He
didn't get to him.
Has a kitchen in his house?
Because he's signed. He's not an invite. He's signed.
Oh, okay. I was thinking the what was the one receiver that we signed?
Okay, hold on. I got some information here. Let's see. Deshaun Kitchens, position wide receiver, height 5'11", 175. He runs a 4.4 340. Bench 205, 10 reps, 100 meter dash 10.9.
205 or 225?
Bench 205. But it says bench 205, 185-pound bench press, 10 reps.
So he's not even benching 225?
I'm just reading the numbers, man. Just reading the numbers.
Because, the standard is 225 on bench.
Yeah, 225. That's what they normally test at, right?
Yeah.
And it says 100 meter dash 10.9, 400 meter dash 53. I don't know what those numbers mean.
53
so
seconds.
This is another little fast dude.
53 seconds in the 53 seconds in a 400 isn't all that fast.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's slow by any means, don't get me wrong, but I've seen some people who can run some, they can run some, faster than that in the 400. But also 100-yard dash 10.79, you said?
10.9.
10.9. I had some guys I was in high school with running 100-yard dash, and they was breaking the 10-second mark. They were like 9.9 yards, not meters, yards.
I did that like 15 times when I was in high school. It was fun.
So he's another little fast guy, slot.
I don't know how fast he is.
Well, 4.43. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, 4.43 is it. I mean, it's okay. It ain't like
right.
Because Kevin White ran a 4.34, I think.
Yeah, that he couldn't stay on the field.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, in comparison to.
Okay, now
you know what, PJ? Do not
Oh.
ever say that name again in that show. Kevin
Punished
White.
for the
Kevin White.
KW. I'll agree.
Kevin White. What a disappointment that guy was.
I'd rather hear Kevin White
You know
than
who
the
the real?
N-word.
You know who the
Maggie.
real disappointment was?
I love Kevin White.
Oh, fuck off. You're off now.
Oh,
just leave the show.
That one's deservingly PJ.
That one was definitely deserved.
Kevin White?
Now PJ got a grease to bouncer now.
He's on the phone with Poles
Kevin
right
White?
now.
Hold
And
on.
Poles
We
is
have
going to
to
call
slam him
somebody, and they're
for a
going to
second.
call Shorty. He'll be back on screen in like 2 minutes.
He loved Kevin White. I mean, come on, guys.
I think he's
Round the horn
joking,
really
dude.
quick. Kevin White, give me
He
your
might
thoughts.
like them coming out of college.
Shit or good? Come on.
Crap.
Disappointment.
Okay.
Yeah, there you
thank you.
go.
Thank you.
Huge disappointment.
Okay.
God, like here's my answer, right? So you have to recognize that.
Okay, you're welcome
by
back,
all,
PJ. You can defend
by all
yourself in a
scopes of
second.
the imagination, the kid should have been an impressive wide receiver in the NFL. He had all the tools. Did he put any of the tools together in any capacity in any given game on Sunday?
For
No.
any team? No.
For multiple teams? No.
Mr. Poles, I'll call you right back. I'm in the middle of an argument right now, Mr. Poles. I'll call you right back. Poles said that Kevin White is a free agent. Just want you to
You're damn straight he is.
You have been removed. You are done for the night.
For the third
time. Out of the studio now.
Kevin White was like Jalen Hyatt with a stress fracture in his foot. Jalen Hyatt, he very much was schemed to be open in his offense. Yeah. And they just, Pace just missed the stress fracture in Kevin White's foot.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I can't consider a person a bust because of an injury. I mean,
well, you can if he didn't make it on any other team he's ever been on.
He's not injured now.
Let me finish my argument.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I apologize.
My argument.
I'm going to remove myself while I piss.
My argument would be when he came in, he was injured, right? So he missed his whole rookie year. Came back the next year, got injured again. I think he played one game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, then he finished that.
Right. Third year, got injured again. Didn't get no play. I think he may have played 20 passes that year, maybe. But he got injured. He didn't only play like 1 or 2 games. So we got 3 straight years. You being a rookie coming in the league, 3 straight years being injured, not being able to get no playing time, none of all that. So now your 4th year comes. 4th year comes. You now have a new coach, new regime, and not a new regime, but a new coach because Pace was still here, but it's now Nagy. Nagy didn't give him much of a chance. So now his 4 years is done in Chicago. You're out of here. I say this. His production was horrible in his 4th year, but I think it's because he didn't get a chance to develop his first 3 years. That's my argument.
He made the roster with the Saints last year.
Yes, he did. And he actually had a 80-yard reception.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing that. But see, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I just think, I agree with Cliff. Bears wanted Amari Cooper, but the Raiders took him. And then, because Bears wanted, because they had gotten rid of Marshall that year, they wanted a wide receiver. So they wish, they was hoping that, Kevin White would be something. Like I said, I thought he could have been something because he had a pretty good production at West Virginia. I ain't saying he was a world beater, but I think because he got one good season, I agree. One good season of 1,400 yards, I believe, something like that. And 15-something touchdowns, something along those lines. But he ran a 4.34 being 6'3". That would have been that's some good measurables. I mean, as much as we want to say Kevin White was a bust, given that he didn't produce, I say because he was injured. But look at what the Raiders did with those guys they was drafting. The Raiders was drafting guys with those speeds, and they didn't do nothing. They would even hurt. Forget the guy from was it Miami or something? It was some guy like who ran a 4.3.
DHW.
Who?
Henry Ruggs was one of those guys.
No, a long time ago. Before that,
long time ago.
Yeah,
it was like DHW or something. He had some 3-name.
Yeah, that's on the guy with the 3 names.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't have no injuries. It's like, dude, this dude, he's a bust. So that's what I'm saying. With injuries, I can't call you a bust because of injuries. Jamarcus Russell.
Don't let's not go too deep into the bust situation.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
At the end of the day, Kevin White couldn't even score as a wide receiver. He couldn't score a single touchdown in the NFL. He was
Did you ever throw him in the end zone?
That's not important. If you're telling me he got an 80-yard reception, somehow he couldn't make it into the end zone, come hell or high water. I seen this man. Hold on, PJ. I seen this man catch a friggin' Didn't he catch a Hail Mary?
Mm-hmm.
And somehow still didn't make it into the end zone. He's had his opportunity. He's had his opportunities to make it into the end zone.
You catch the ball at the 2-yard line. Come on, bro. You catch the ball at the 2-yard line. You got 6 guys on your back.
My simple point is that the man's job depended on it, right? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, if your job depends on it, you couldn't get it into the end zone, Doc.
But you can't look at it
even
in
once in the few little opportunities you had.
You got to look at it reality, though. I don't care who you are. You got 6 guys on your back. You're not scoring.
Sucks.
Darius Hayward Bay.
That's the game of football.
There it is.
Hayward Bay.
Yes.
What I will say is Darius Hayward Bay definitely scored a touchdown in the NFL. I was also saying that.
How many chances did he get? That's what I'm saying. If you hurt your first 3 years, you hurt.
Like it's a cutthroat, cruel world out there, PJ. And the reality is, it's a 4-year situation for any rookie. 3 of those years were stolen from the guy, and it's an unfortunate world. But 4th year is put up or shut up, and my guy caught a Hail Mary pass and couldn't get it into the end zone. My guy gets signed on by another team, worked out. I was gung-ho for it. I was like, you know what? Kevin's got all the measurables. He has the talent. He has the ability to do this. On another team, maybe that's all he needed. No, he couldn't get into the end zone with them either. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Like,
if you missed out on that development for 3 years, you're behind the 8 ball. That's all I'm saying. I mean, after that point, his time has probably sailed, but it hurts you. I don't care what player you are. Even when what's the running back? Who I'm thinking of? The running back is it out of Ohio State, who was having the court battles?
Maurice Claret.
Yeah, Clement. Oh, correct.
Man, he missed time, and then when he came back, what did he do? Not much. When you miss that time, it's hard to then produce. So that's what I'm saying. I can't call you a bust because of injury. I just can't. I mean,
Flores had mental issues.
Yeah,
he was drinking Grey Goose out of his water bottle, and he got arrested when he was driving, and he was listening to children's music, and he had like a whole bunch of guns.
He was messed up, man.
That's a great story.
There's other reasons to make you a bust, man. I can't say it's injury can make you a bust. I just don't believe that.
All right, well, let's hope this guy right here isn't a bust as we try to get wrapped up before we get out of here, but we will complete our task. Wide receiver from the Northwestern Wildcats. 5'11", 190 pounds. Danny Navarro. Thoughts?
I like the measurables. 5'11", 190. I like the measurables.
I'm gonna use your line, Triple R. I don't have information on this, so so I don't want to get too involved with it.
His name sounds like an NFL player.
That one time, too. I never forgot it.
What was that, J2K?
I said his name sounds like an NFL player, Danny Navarro.
Sounds like a linebacker for the San Francisco 49ers to me.
A linebacker or
Mark Navarro, tight end for
Is there another Navarro out there?
Huh?
Catcher.
It could also be the backup guitarist for the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Right?
Dude, that's my job. That's one of my jobs.
Oh.
All right, so
by the way, my uncle made a baby.
That was for you, Retro, because I know you know what's up. That was for you, Retro. Anyway, sorry, bro.
Hold on a second, PJ. I have to pull you out of this situation here.
Does it involve Chase Young?
In a second.
Oh.
Just letting you guys know it's time for this again, because you guys are. I gotta get ready for the rest of this conversation since I can't stop you fuckers from talking. So, because you are the show,
just mute us.
Let's just keep. I'm gonna mute myself. You guys just keep going. So, PJ, I'll bring you back. I'm gonna room myself because this is my my reward for all of this.
I actually had you muted, Dan. I didn't know how you figured it out.
Oh, go fuck yourself, Foster.
Hey, do you guys want to do a round robin with Leo's question?
He's been asking about, for 2 hours.
Yeah, about.
And I wait real quick. I start all the answers in the chat. So, can we start with Triple R and go around?
Yeah, let's do this. Make it quick.
Sure. Before you sign off, expectations. How many? What? Wait, you changed this question.
It's the same question.
Same question.
Our expectations for the team in terms of wins. Make the playoffs.
Why or why not?
I think we'll get more wins than we got last year. Last year we got what, 3?
Yes.
This season I see like maybe 6 to 8. I don't think we make the playoffs. Well, we might make the playoffs just on the strength of the division and winning it, because like what Samuel says, Detroit's going to Detroit. So Green Bay's, they're sucking, they're tanking on purpose, and Vikings, that ship is sinking. So if we do get into the playoffs, I don't see us going far because we're just not there yet. This is still a young team, and we just need that experience. So no playoffs this year, but next year, yes.
I'm last on this. I'm going to say this to you, Triple R, until I go last. Go ahead.
Who's next?
Yeah.
PJ.
Okay. We're not going to be tied to this answer all year, right?
No.
Because I normally don't.
Early prediction.
Yeah, because I don't normally make my predictions until after preseason. But I will say this: right now, as it stands, I think we are a 9-win team and making it to the playoffs based upon the fact that we're playing last place schedule. Our division is kind of weak right now. I still don't trust Detroit. As Samuel would say, Detroit will Detroit. So I believe that. So I say we're 9-win season, making the playoffs.
Cool.
So that would be around the horn. From there would be you, J2K. Go ahead, buddy.
All right. So not knowing the schedule, not knowing when we have a bye week, I did like what I saw from Getsy and how they shifted the offense at the bye week. So this is contingent upon that. So I would say that we're going to start the season a little bit under 500, and we hit the bye week. So something like 4-5. But after the bye week, I think this team really gels. I think Fields is going to be playing a lot better after the bye week, after we kind of make those adjustments. So I could see us going 6-2, getting a wild card spot, and Justin Fields on fucking fire.
I love it.
Me too.
Music to my ears.
So let's go with you next, Sam.
Say everything PJ said. Same thing. I think.
So just say fuck you, PJ. Because that's what I do with.
Nah, that's my guy. PJ, my guy. I ain't gonna never say fuck PJ.
I know.
He got to do some fucked up shit. Hey, PJ, if I say fuck you, you did some fucked up shit. Just know that.
That's what you say on BCP when somebody takes your thoughts. You're like, fuck you, PJ. Fuck you, Swifty.
I love Samo.
But I think we got 9 in us, man. We got 9 wins in us or more. And I think it's all because of I think Poles got this, man. Like we said, Poles got this. I think he's gonna figure out the rest of the defense. I think our offense has gotten better. We had hit a stretch last year, like J2K said, where we were leading the league in scoring for 4 straight weeks. And I think we'll be able to sustain some of that next year. And our defense playing a little bit better. I think we are being in good shape. Weak division, last place schedule, Bears playoffs. We're going to be the Jacksonville Jaguars. We might win one game in the playoffs. Be like the Jacksonville Jaguars did last year. Won a game they weren't supposed to.
Cool. I can agree with that. Matt?
You know, I don't want to see our schedule first. But without
it's
that
here,
information,
so
is it out?
It's on the screen here. What do you think? We have the home and away. So what would you think based on that? Because my thoughts are based on this. What you see on the screen here. My thoughts on the record are based on what you see here.
Just the first post.
All right. So 1, 2. Okay.
Dead air.
All right. So sorry with the dead air situation. I just had to assess this thing a little bit. So we're going to lose to Kansas City. We might lose to the Chargers. Everybody else is fair game, yo.
Exactly.
Just looking at what I'm looking at. Everything else is fair game. I love the Bears. I'm not a homer. You guys may have clued in at some point. No, I'm just saying.
Really?
You know what I mean? Like I might be a little bit of a negative, negative guy at some points, but the reality is.
Wait. Hold on.
This might be 12.
Shut up for a second, Matt.
Okay.
What you can do is get long-winded, but I will say, you are not that. You
this could be 12.
You are. What I love that you bring to this show is that you're not a homer. We have a homer and PJ, like a dedicated homer. We have the opposite of that with you. Then we have everything in between, including me, who just pontificates everything. So I love what you bring to this. So just to apologize for interrupting you, please continue.
Yeah. So I was going to say a much lower number to start things out. 8 or 9 wins is feasible. That makes sense, given the state of the team. I really wasn't looking at the actual schedule. There's really only 2 teams here that'll eat our lunch without much question. Everybody else here on this list are beatable teams. So we might see a ton of 1 touchdown games, one score games this year, and it's really going to be a question of whether we can pull those out or not. We just did a whole bunch on the offense. It's going to be interesting. I really didn't think I was, I don't know. We're not really playing powerhouse teams.
Well, let me just say this to you there, Matt. I'm a homer. He's a homer. You can be a homer too.
Foster.
Sorry there. Listen, PJ. I would love to be a homer. The reality is I'm a little bit abused, and I think we all are. We've been abused, we've been disrespected and shat on by the team we love, the organization we love. I would also love to say and truly believe right now that all of that poop has been flushed. We're on to some brand new stuff. And I think we're actually looking at a schedule here, much like last year. Last year's schedule was easy. It was a really winnable schedule. Unfortunately, our team wasn't in a state to really take advantage of it. Get us some defensive ends, y'all. And we might be in a much more interesting position than I think anybody in the NFL is thinking about.
Hope reigns eternal.
It does.
Now, has any of you guys been a fan longer than 1968?
No.
So let me just say
85.
this.
No.
Well, let me just
Nobody
tell
else was born in that century, PJ.
hold on. Hold on there, Papa Smurf. I'll see you back to your little shoe there in a minute. Because, I've been a fan for so long. I'll tell you guys this. I will forever, ever be a homer because I'm optimistic when it comes to my Bears. I just believe we can do it. Although I had my doubts when Nagy was there. I ain't gonna lie to you. I had my doubts when Nagy was there. Those were some rough years. Even Trestman, that was some rough years too. But we are back to our base with defense. So my hope is eternal. And if you guys really think about it, I won't shut up after this. I think we are really pretty good at every position except defensive end. I think all our other positions, we're pretty solid. I mean, of course, if Fields go down, we might be in trouble. So that's why I'm saying I think it's looking up. So sorry for going over who I did. My apologies, but I just wanted to get.
Fuck off! You're done. I was about to say.
PJ's on timeout again.
Foster and Shorty.
No, I mean,
Foster, go for it.
No, seriously, Foster, go ahead. I was just kidding.
Foster, you're on mute, boss.
No, I love you, PJ. I love you, brother.
You got egg in your microphone, Foster.
I'm looking for my pistol, Shorty.
Foster, you're mute.
Somebody else muted me, or the egg did it?
It was the egg. It's yolk.
Let me get this thing away from there. Man, you know what? A lot of good stuff said. I love you guys. It's awesome, man. Everything awesome. Last year, I said they would win 8 games, and they probably would have. They could have easily won 8 games.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm going to go the same this year, 8 and 9. Just looking at the games we had. I agree with you totally, man. There's 2 teams there. I'm 99.9% we're going to lose 2 of those 2 games.
We're going to lose those games.
Okay, that's fine. You take every other team on that schedule. I started looking at the home games. We could go 6-2 or 7-1 at home. Just look at the opponent.
Agreed.
This is the biggie. I don't even care if we don't put everything together with the coaching staff. We'll still be in a good position.
That's what she said.
What? She did twice.
This is the biggie.
Only twice?
Well, that was just before the other one came over. Never mind.
Oh, nice.
Working.
Like 7 years old. It's only twice?
Dude, oh, you guys are I was gonna just tell it such a nasty story.
Tell it. Do tell.
Should I break it and tell this in between?
Foster, you've got the mic, man.
Okay.
Go. Tell your story.
Okay.
Should I pull up
I'm a big drinker and I'm bouncing bars, man, and I pick up this chick and I forgot we end up somewhere and we end up having sex and not dumbass me, no condom, blah, blah, blah. Go back to the same bar, pick up another chick. She's giving me a blowjob. She stops and she looks up. Did you just fuck so-and-so? She literally named the chick I just fucked. So I'm like, what? Did you taste her pussy before? Swear to God on my life, man. True story.
No, I don't know where you get these hosts.
I got to be careful because I still talk to these people, believe it or not.
Foster finds freaks that recognize vaginas. That's a special.
That's pretty
type
serious
of freak,
shit, man.
But hold on. How
special
Foster
level.
expect us to believe that he had sex with 2 different women the same night?
I'm gonna make it worse. 3. But I digress.
Foster.
I digress. Life was
You
good
go,
in the 80s,
Foster.
man. Life was great in the 80s.
You go, brother.
Can you make it believable, bro?
Let me get back to the Bears because now my head's thinking of too many other things that I shouldn't be talking about.
Yeah, I was like, shit, I'm gonna go drink some brews and see what's up at the bar in about 15 minutes.
Hey, if you guys aren't doing anything Saturday, I know a place we can go.
Okay.
Hey, if you guys want to be a part of this podcast, please email BearsCountryPodcast@gmail.com to join a future show.
Foster, you're fired.
You're right. Yeah.
You're
Foster
fired.
off the show, man. Talk about something.
I'm gonna just do an Irish fuck off. I'm out.
Man.
Wait, let me finish this real quick,
I'll
man.
do it for you. Fuck off.
Oh,
having sex with your own hand doesn't count, Foster. Come on, man. Come on.
Hey, did you finish, Shorty? Your answer?
Oh God, am I left?
I thought you meant
I
Foster.
don't count. I don't count, huh?
Yeah.
What is that? Like
It says 8 or 9 wins.
Okay.
The big issue is going to be health.
Okay.
And do we have enough depth? And if we do, we'll win 10 or 12 games. If not, we'll win 8 or 9.
Can you just say one answer, Foster?
We'll win 8 games.
Okay.
Or more.
So, let's just go around the table.
But I didn't get to finish. We're going to make the playoffs too, man. I'll save it.
Oh,
I'm gonna give you,
you're
I'm gonna
saying
write
you're
this
going to
shit down and
back
give you
into
a
the fucking
long list.
playoffs?
What?
You're saying that we're going to back into the playoffs?
Yes, we are.
8 or 9 wins? Fuck that. I don't want that.
It's dude.
Well,
Dude, you know they already got us pegged.
that's
for
what
getting-
you kind
They
of.
got us pegged for getting the 12th pick next year and the 5th for
Ah.
Carolina. We're going to be better than
All right.
everybody says.
All right, let's just go around the horn before I finish.
Fuck you, Shorty. We're going to be better.
Fuck off, Foster. Fucking Foster. Okay, PJ, what's your record? Really quick. Spit it out.
We already did.
I know. Just one last time.
9
before I
wins.
go. 9. PJ, Samo.
9.
9. Matt.
11.
Fuck you, Matt. Okay, so J2K.
10.
Triple R.
8, 9.
Foster 8-9, right? I am going back. I'm gonna just ride my bandwagon from last year. 11-6, guys. Fucking 11-6, baby.
I'm sorry, you said you was gonna ride what?
My own bandwagon from last year. 11-6. We're gonna be 11-6 after the season.
Going back to Dick's, PJ.
That what they're calling it nowadays?
Here.
Bandwagon.
Bandwagon, yes, the bandwagon.
That's something from back in the day that I don't know about. You tell me.
We don't know about that.
I love it.
I
Oh,
heard
look at that.
I heard that
Hop
one before.
on
They call it the bandwagon.
bandwagon. Oh, I love it. You guys are fucking brilliant.
Bandwagon.
Oh,
You guys are
my
fucking
God.
brilliant.
The bandwagon.
You guys are fucking brilliant.
Is it a rough ride? Is it a rough ride or
Here we go, guys.
Is it smooth?
Look. I'm gonna break down the schedule for you fuckers. Okay.
Ride the wide.
Yeah, we know. We saw. We did it.
So Denver. Wait, we did this? Yeah, we did this the other. Yeah. Fuck. Okay.
Yeah, we did it. It doesn't really matter because we
So
don't.
fuck you.
know
So the answer is 11-6.
Read the screen, Shorty.
It's pretty close, Shorty. Like I'm just looking at this. Like Kansas City. If we split with the North, just hypothetically, we counted a split -2. We're at 12 potential wins. So we'll throw in another loss. Throw in one more.
I mean, here's the thing that
Get me in the
worries me.
playoffs this year.
No matter where or when we play the Raiders, that's always a weird game because there's it's always like it's a penalty game where it favors the Raiders
Not
and
this
penalties.
year.
It's been that way my whole life as long as I can remember. So that's always a game I can go, I don't know.
We got the Raiders.
Which Raiders? The Raiders with the brand spanking new Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, but even so, we played them
new
in.
coach.
Not the Vegas Raiders.
Look at
Los
these
Angeles.
guys.
Mexico
Just
we
for a
played.
second. Look at these teams. We've got a rebuild. Kyler Murray's hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got the North.
Then, so what do you feel about the Lions and the Vikings and the Packers? Do you think Once Aaron
Let's
Rodgers
just
is
call it a
gone, we're
split
just
for
going to
now,
win 2 games from the
hypothetically.
fucking Packers now?
Let's just call it a split for now. Across the board. So we lose 3. We win 3. Then you get to away. We lose to Kansas City. We lose to the Chargers, hypothetically.
Yes.
Tampa Bay's a rebuild.
Depending
Washington's
when do we
dumpster
lose?
fire.
If Tampa Bay is in like November, December, and
They're
we're going
tanking.
from Chicago down there, it will be nice.
They're
But if they're going
tanking.
down- if they're going down to Tampa Bay in September, or
Weather doesn't matter. Who's their quarterback?
it does
They're
matter
tanking.
because when you come down from the cold down to that heat, I guarantee you, I know for a fact it matters.
I'm not debating fair weather here, Doug. I'm just saying they're gonna stink this year. So the odds of us winning are already that much higher, regardless as to fair weather. Washington, who's their quarterback?
Sam
Who's the
Howell.
quarterback in Washington? Who?
Sam Howell.
Same thing for
Sam,
the Saints.
real talk, never heard of the guy.
They beat us last year.
Did he
North
really?
Carolina quarterback.
Yeah.
Oh snap!
They beat
He
us
came out of
last year
nowhere and beat us.
with
You're right. All
with a
right.
terrible
So,
team. So that's
I mean,
No, that
they're-
was Carson Wentz.
Wentz last year. Yeah.
was it Wentz last year that beat us?
Yep.
Yeah.
He had a good game against us too.
New
I'm
Orleans.
going 11-6. Man. This is my turn, guys. It's my show, guys.
Damn it, Shorty.
Show's over. I'm
Shut
ending
up,
it.
guys. So yes.
Shut up for you, Shorty. and you-
Raiders
you're
are
like,
a
what the hell?
maybe. My mom's over here like handing me a fucking tablet. What? Hold on a second.
Your mom's over there saying, "Play nice with your friends."
I'm doing
Right.
it, Mom.
Do not take your ball and go
All right,
home.
You let
with
Matt
Mom.
talk. Matt,
Cardinals
go
are-
ahead,
Deal with
finish,
mom.
Matt.
Let me finish my thing here. Look,
Go ahead, Matt.
we've got New
Mom
Orleans.
said, let Matt
Check it out.
talk.
We got New Orleans. New Orleans doesn't have a QB, at least to my knowledge.
Derek Carr.
Derek Carr.
Yeah. Derek Carr.
My
yeah.
own
Derek
show,
Carr,
high
my
tech
bad.
talk
Derek
about
Carr's the
And
new
they
guy
got
over there, but
Chris
he's gonna have to
Olave.
get. He's gonna have to build
Rapport.
Yeah.
a relationship with his entire team. That's a brand new
Yes.
situation for him.
Olave and
Chemistry is
Thomas.
not there.
All right, that's it. You're getting removed, Matt. I'm finishing here. So I was saying. I love you, Matt. I love you.
Damn it, Shorty. Now I got bounced. Long story short, that brings us to the Browns. Browns might beat us. Okay, so maybe we'll just hypothetically, we chop that up to a loss. So 3, 4, 5, 6 potential losses here realistically. We'll lose another 1 or 2 maybe, or we might win 1 more or 2 maybe.
Exactly. So thank you for
We're in a really
stealing
good
my
position.
fucking thunder, Matt.
I'm supporting your Thunder.
Okay. So we have the Broncos. We can win that game at home. Depending on when, even helps. Because
How many times are we going over this?
it's my fucking turn. Can I finish? No, we can beat them. Panthers, we're beating them. The Raiders, I don't know. The Cardinals at home, yes. These other 3 teams I'm worried about. We'll get to them later. The Chiefs, I'm not so sure about. The Chargers could be a loss. But these other 2 teams away, I'm worried about Tampa Bay in Tampa Bay, depending when. It gets hot. It's noticeable. It's almost like going to Miami when we lost in 85. You know, the one fucking game we lost. Moving on. Washington. I mean, who knows where they're going to be? They could be that defensive line is crazy. So that could be a loss. But I'm still coming up to 11-6. And my biggest concern is these 3 division teams right here. Away and home. Is the Packers curse gone? Are we going to beat them twice finally for the longest time? Same thing with the Vikings and now the Lions. Is the circumstance with the Lions and their players with the gambling, is that going to make a difference in wins or losses this year for us? Those are very big ifs. The other teams are more or less easier to figure out for me than our own division teams at this point, because The Vikings almost ran away with it last year. They were fucking phenomenal. Yet Kirk Cousins can't play in the, he's like a noon quarterback. You put him under the big lights, he can't play. Now, Aaron Rodgers is gone. What happens to that team? And now the Lions. Does their quarterback get injured? And now they're using Hooker? And now there's a rookie playing? We don't know. I can't figure those teams out, guys. But I'm still going with 11-6 because that's my.
Sounds good. Awesome. All right, now, Danny Kittner, wide receiver, University of Mary Marauders.
All right. Triple R, you're out of here.
Do you guys think Cleveland going to be any good this year?
Yes.
No, I don't.
Why would we think that?
Cleveland? You don't think Cleveland's going to be good with Deshaun Watson coming back?
Well, he was.
I think he's tarnished now.
I do.
I'm wondering.
Still.
What wide receivers do they
Can
have?
Cleveland just come together and play great this year, though, and one like that quick with this? Everything that's going on?
They didn't win that many games.
I said, can they come together this year quick? I give them another year.
Who are they
before they're going to be?
That's what I'm saying. Who are they like wide receivers?
Oh,
they got. Isn't Amari Cooper over there?
Amari Cooper and someone.
The defense is decent.
Look,
I don't know.
They screwed up, man. They should be real talk. They should be vying for a Super Bowl right now, and should have been for the last 2 years. They spent forever drafting number one top draft picks, screwed them all over, and now bet the farm on Deshaun Watson. I really hope betting the farm on Deshaun Watson is going to work because they've got a bunch of top draft picks that they're going to need to pay at some point. Like, they need to win the Super Bowl this season. If they don't, how are they going to afford all the guys? Like, how can they continue to afford the people there? They're in a
tough ass division. Their division is so fucking tough. They're not going to win their division this year.
With Victoria's playing Mr.
The Ravens and you got the Bengals in that division and the Steelers.
Why is it so hard to end the show with you fucking guys? You guys are just so fun to talk to. I can't end a show with you guys. Like,
well, hold on.
I gotta go pull my Irish ass to bed. I gotta take my Irish ass to bed, man.
No. I gotta get my Irish ass to bed. He just said.
What time is it?
Well, hold on. We got like 2 receivers. This is.
Oh, that's it. You're done, Triple R. You got 2 more left.
Like, can we Trip back? He's like, I got 2 more left, man. Trip, come on, go through.
Come on.
You got Danny Kittner, 5'10", 186 pounds from the University of Mary.
He makes the team.
All right.
Okay.
Virginia Tech. He is 6 feet tall. Pounds.
He makes the team too.
And
from the University of Mary. Mary has her own university. How come that ain't listed here?
Little Lamb.
What about
University
the
of Mary?
Lambs? The Little Lambs.
Right.
Marauders.
University of Mary, the Little Lambs. The Little Lambs.
The Marauders. They're pirates.
Look at Retro.
6'3", 200 pounds. Tyreek Pitts. That's the guy that mentioned earlier, Swifty.
I think that's more of a
Tyreek.
I think it's Thyrick. No?
Thyrick,
yes.
Okay.
That's
I actually did make a little.
You know, people get mispronouncing shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Thyrick.
Like
but he's a big fast kid.
Yeah.
Retro is not going to leave the show until we end. Man, Retro, you the man. That's all I got.
He came with a job
Retro
to do.
just talk
Doing
shit
his
about
job.
all of us. Fuck Retro tonight, man. Fuck you, Retro. He talk shit about everybody. Each and every one of us got it tonight. It was funny as hell. He talk shit about
man, we
all
love
of
you,
us
man.
today.
I told Retro he's king. He should just get on the fucking cross now.
Fucking,
he's the king,
email,
man. He's the king
email.
of the chat.
I have your email, man. Just come on the show. I'll send you a link, motherfucker. How about that?
You were supposed to send him one earlier. He said, didn't you? That's what I was asking, man. You got to look in the back room, bud.
We keep calling him a he, but do we know if he's a he or a she?
I know he's a he.
Oh, okay, all right. As long as you know.
We asked him, right? Did we ask him last time?
Slow down,
40s.
Somebody.
Chris Watt, 6:30 a.m., mate.
He woke up early to watch this
I gotta go to work. I'm in Ireland now, guys. I'll be working a couple hours.
Well, I'm actually happy to be back home in Illinois because it's not 1:30 for me. It's 12:30.
Let's go hit the bars and pick up some broads. I'm game. Oh, crap. Who's watching this?
Who all know
Are we live?
Who all know that Foster was serious?
Wait a minute. Sorry, Shorty. I got a bone picking with you. This ain't a bone picking. It was hilarious. You guys started that show and you were live the whole time and you're talking like you're not. Day 3.
Yeah.
So PJ goes, all right, let's try and not step on each other today. And he says that, and immediately Triple R goes, where's Foster at, man? Dude, I sat here, I watched that 4 times. You got to just go back and watch the first 10 or 15 minutes of day 3 and just watch these 3 idiots talking about all the crap coming out of their mouth. It's hilarious. I was going to make it short of that, but it's like 15 minutes because I'm just going, they can't keep making me laugh. And then I'm going to go forward, and Triple R goes, where is fucking Foster? Because that boy's carrying too much. He's doing this. He's doing that. He's going to have to slow down.
Hey.
God.
No, dude, it's all good. I loved it. I'm glad I heard it because you're right. Fuck, I'm dumping eggs on my fucking computer? All right.
I got the timestamp. It's like 2:16 in.
Oh Lord.
It was definitely a highlight of the show. I got to put that out there.
What you drinking, Foster?
Oh.
What you drinking, Foster?
Pineapple Jarritos.
Fire. That's that fire right there.
I have a habit, and I haven't had a steak burrito since November, so I went and got one from Taco Burrito King, dude.
Oh, I was just gonna ask you. Taco.
I was gonna bring you one when I go out there.
Happy Cinco de Mayo, guys.
What?
It's Cinco de Mayo right now.
Cinco de Mayo.
Right.
Oh,
Cinco de
happy
Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo.
You get a steak burrito stuffed with sour cream and cheese and whatever else you like in it. And I usually get 2 bottles of the pineapple soda. I don't know why. I like it with burritos. It's the only thing I drink it with. But I've been doing it for like 40 years, you know.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
No, yo quiero.
Yo quiero.
Dude, can I mute him for saying that?
What?
I'm muting PJ just for saying yo quiero Taco Bell.
He's like, no, yo quiero.
Me no quiero Taco Bell. Man. Hey, Samo.
Yeah.
Just we thought you'd let you know your car is actually being repoed right now.
Damn it. I was just gonna ask if I can borrow some money too.
You know, Foster got some money buried behind those paneling walls.
You want to bury me? I'm buried. Look at Doug Van Dorn. Foster, that supports the theory that too much sex when you're young can cause dementia.
The guy who came up with that theory clearly wasn't getting it when he was young.
It was me, Matt, but I forgot.
That sounds.
That's how all my research started into this.
I had to wrap my head around that for a sec. That was great, Foster.
There's too much material to work with there, Matt. Wrapping your head around.
Wow. Oh yeah.
And then I gotta ask anybody who likes the Rolling Stone, if you like the Rolling Stones at all, or if you know anything about them.
My favorite.
What's your one favorite Rolling Stones song? Because Chris Watts is asking me.
Oh,
probably "Sympathy for the Devil."
Hold on.
That is a jam.
I have to take my headphones off so I can't hear you say this, so I can figure out what it is. Hold on,
Chris. I got too many, man. Give Me Shelter, Sympathy for the Devil, Painted Black. She's a Rainbow.
Painted Black, Sympathy for the Devil.
Man, Chris, I've seen the Rolling Stones in 79, 81, 89, 95, and 97. It's my favorite band.
I've never heard of the Rolling Stones. Who are they?
They're not, you're right, PJ. They're not the Rolling Stones. They're the Rolling Bones. Literally.
Are they R&B or jazz or what?
Smooth jazz, like
Kenny Jagger would probably say he's R&B.
Smooth jazz,
like Kenny G.
They started as blues, blues.
Just a Shout Away. What's that song? That's my favorite Rolling Stones.
Shelter.
Give Me Shelter. Oh,
rape, murder. I do a killer version of it, actually, believe it or not.
Well, I got a serious question, man. Like, you know,
shout away. You just shout away.
When it comes to the Rolling Stones,
it's built up in the beginning. It's like it builds up and it's like,
Go smoke another one, Daniel.
Yes.
What?
You don't know how you just sounded. That's how you moan. I hope you don't moan like that with your lady now.
He said, they gonna nominate me for a Grammy. Did you hear me?
I see some red whores and I want them painted black.
No, man.
I know Chris Watts woke up. He told me to smoke crack. If I look hard enough into the setting sun.
Oh, that was on that Johnny Depp movie. I know that song. That's a Rolling Stones song.
Oh yeah.
I like that song. Man. That was on that Johnny
Depp. It's in every movie. That one, and so is Give Me Shelter. It's in fucking all the mafia flicks.
So isn't it true that Mick Jagger had like a cup of cum in the side of the stomach they found, and they had
that was Richard Gere.
No,
that's
that was Rod
Stewart. Guys, this is what's true. I'll tell you what's
Rod
true.
Stewart, David Bowie.
That story's been
Rod Stewart. I didn't hear about Rod Stewart. I didn't know about
Rod Stewart, David Bowie, Mick Jagger. The British are weird. They got to taste cum and suck dick.
Thanks for coming, Chris Watts. Thanks for showing up.
Not that sucking dick is a bad thing. Right, Foster?
All right, good night, fellas. I don't have to do all tomorrow. Taking my Irish ass to bed. Dick's coming out of Shorty's mouth right now. Now he talking. I thought they came out of his mouth, but now I heard him coming in his mouth. I'm about to be out. I can't take it.
I feel you, Sam.
Good night, Sam. Cheers, man.
You guys have a good night.
Good talking to you.
Remember when he was saying he didn't know how to end the show?
Talk about sucking one dick.
Figured it out right there. That's a great way to.
Sure,
I tried an hour and a half ago, fuckers.
Sure, he actually said not that anything wrong.
I tried.
He said not that anything wrong with it. What?
I had to
PJ, there's nothing wrong with it if you're a fine young American woman.
What?
As they say.
So apparently he's a fine young American woman.
Seinfeld, one more time. to each his own.
That's true. I got no.
There's nothing wrong with that.
He said, what was that? Oh,
it was sticks, right, PJ?
This is not for me.
What?
Hold on. Don't. Just let me do it.
Greetings. I'm Dr. Dick Richards. Have you ever thought?
What? Not that anything's wrong with it.
Wait,
What? You
the
fucking
back door,
guys, I'll tell you
retro.
what.
Oh shit!
This is what makes this show
We
fucking
DVD
so much
you a
fun.
long time, baby.
What's it for you fucking guys?
Hey, I gotta. Before we get out of here, has anybody ever heard of rookies being signed? So Close so fast?
Under Cliff Stein's regime, yes.
Every year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even Ryan Pace actually killed it with some rookies, UDFAs, early a couple of times.
Here we go again.
I just mean early signings.
Close this shit out. Good night, guys.
I'm stopping this shit.
Yeah.
All right.
So.
Let's do some shout outs, man. We'll call it a night.
Guys do this. It's like you're on
too high. He doesn't even know he's in the show.
It's like you're on it's like you're smoking fucking crack all night. You're like meth. You're like, let's just keep going. Like, next subject, guys.
He asked a question though.
Let's end this and then real talk. Hold on, one more second. I just want to know the answer to this question.
I just was saying to do
4
the shout
hours
man.
later.
But correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh fuck! Here we go again.
I mean, no, for real. It's like Cliff Stein.
That's how it starts out, PJ. Correct me if I'm wrong.
But Cliff Stein.
Answer one more question. If you need me.
Crying out loud.
When Cliff Stein before, we was always first to get our draft pick signed. Then Ryan Poles brought his boy in from New Orleans, and he signed some fast, but not the whole draft class fast. Whereas, so that's what I'm saying. I mean, Cliff Stein has always done that. That's only point I'm trying to make here.
No, you're right. You're right.
Good,
he was actually lightning fast with them.
Yes. Well, Greg Gabriel was kind of that in a way, not the same position, but they were both very influential with the team together. I think at some point too. So,
well, he was, he was in charge of the scouting. Greg Gabriel.
Yeah.
But as far as the contracts, when Cliff Stein was doing contracts, they said he was always one of the first ones to get to play all of the rookie
every time.
Yeah, every time.
That's why we were in the position we were in before fucking Pace. He was like, let's just trade everything away for the future.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, Pace, kept on trying to kick that can down the road to where we got in salary cap trouble. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's why I said when one of our first shows, I said that's why I'm glad that Stein is back to doing contracts. Because
can you imagine what must have done to Cliff Stein's jockstrap at the time? He's like, oh, like seriously, Pace? You want me to do this?
Man,
hard to make it work, but I can't.
Oh, he didn't do it.
He couldn't. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't do it. They had him up in the upper management doing something else. They took him off for doing contracts. That's why when Poles came, if you remember, when Poles came, Cliff Stein gave Poles his original undrafted free agent contract to sign as a joke because he was now doing them again.
Right. Well, I'm going to say this. Every one of you guys needs to fuck off right now so I can end the show. Because if I don't do this, it will never happen. And I would have to walk away and let everyone just continue to do this while I went to bed. So I'm going to say this. Thank you all very much for hanging out with us tonight because BCP is where you want to hang out. You down with BCP? Fuck. I'm so tired. You down with BCP? Hold on a second, you motherfuckers. I need you back for this. Hold on.
Just
Wait, hold on a second. You down with BCP?
Yeah,
you know me. I'm down with the BCP, motherfucker.
On Thursdays, yeah.
Thursdays. If I say it twice, is Triple R gonna go? Don't push it.
What do you want from me, man?
Guys, seriously, love all of you all. Thank you for joining us tonight. It's been a fucking pleasure to hang out with all of you guys tonight, as well as all of you in chat. I think that we all can agree on the fact that this team is moving in the right direction. And we are all very excited about that. And we love hanging out and talking about that. And that's what you are going to come here for. So please like, subscribe, set your notifications, come hang out with us on BCP because you know me.